Hello, everyone, and welcome back to one of my streams again. Didn't really know how to open there, but yeah, I just realized that this event's going on today, so I figured it'd be fun to watch. So here we are. Um, they said it was going to air at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, or not 5:30, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, and air at 5. So I'm kind of just waiting for the pre-show to start. Uh, I liked the trailer because in the trailer it was just like when all other award shows has failed us when it comes to like live streaming and stuff, we're still here with a live stream, and I'm like, oh, okay. Um, so I hope they start soon, but right now it's offline. I can refresh the page and see. All right, nothing now. Maybe they're a little behind. Who knows? If you haven't yet, you can also watch my newest video about waifus that I made on Valentine's Day. I've been doing that one for a really long time, and pretty excited, actually. I had a lot of fun doing that one. It was pretty fun. At least I thought so. Maybe it's not some people's cup of tea, but I enjoyed it. Uh, Let me just make sure I'm here at the right time, because I could be here at the wrong time, and that could not be good. My hair is wet because I just finished. I hopped right out of the shower and things right after this and stuff, and my hair's still a little wet. So wearing the headphones and things, I get a little like, um, it gets a little wet on my headphone strap. Okay, let's see. Now, if you guys don't know, r/anime is the Reddit community for anime, and that's usually where I get all my information and whatnot. They have a lot of really good stuff. It's not just information. They also have like fan art, and they also have like a bunch of other really fun stuff. Like some people post like AMVs sometimes. Some people post questions about recommendations. Like it's all really great stuff, honestly. All right, so they did post 2 hours ago. So okay, we're still just waiting for it to start. I don't know exactly what to do. Click here for details. It says February 19th. That's today. 2200 UTC. Okay, let's see here. I'm really bad at converting times and whatnot. But I'm like pretty sure it's supposed to start like now. So I don't know. It says 5 p.m. EST. And it says the pre-show starts 30 minutes prior. I don't know. Maybe they're a little late. Sometimes that happens. Happens with my streams too. But you know, that's how it goes. Um, let's keep looking, I guess. What is 2200 UTC? 2200 UTC to EST. Yeah, it's 5. Oh, UTC for them is at 10 p.m. Kind of late for wherever that is. I don't even know where UTC is. Oh, they're starting. There's a timer on screen. I'll turn it up. gotta chat something. We're gonna say, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Never been here before, but hype. I never usually chat in Twitch chats, honestly. I'm more of a lurker myself. Oh, it's a countdown, 5-minute countdown. It just started. Whoa. Too hype. I have no idea what the nominations are. I want to see if I can find them. r/anime award nominations. Okay, so they have a thread for it. Oh my gosh, it's huge. All right, so they've got action, adventure, comedy, drama. Oh, sorry, I was just looking at a chat message that I got. Someone replied to me. Romance, slice of life, suspense. They have it for every category. Background art, character design, cinematography. Oh, I like the pictures they use. OS. Oh wait, I can just put it on the screen. What am I doing? All right. Let me put that up there. All right. So here's the Anime Awards nominees. We got public nominees, jury nominees. We got action, adventure, comedy, drama, romance, slice of life, suspense, animation, background art, character design, cinematography, OST, voice actor, opening, ending, main character and dramatic role, main character comedic role, supporting character cast, short film. Oh, the How Live Alternative teaser. That's fun. Short series. We got movies. We got Anime of the Year. We got Anime of the Year. Yeah. Nanan Biori non-stop's on here. Yo. That's so funny, actually. I love Nanan Biori. So, while we wait, I guess. Let me see if I can do this. So there's half the screen, and there's the other half of the screen. Isn't that crazy? Wait. There we go. All right, so let's go over the categories. So action. I didn't see this show, and I didn't see Kingdom, and I didn't see Daizenon, but I heard Daizenon was kind of bad, so I've heard this one was good. It's by the person who did Dragon Maid, which is interesting. Best action is probably going to go to either Fate Stay Night or Jujutsu Kaisen. I wanted to go to 86, but I don't know. 86 isn't like compared to those. I don't know. Eurocamp should win Slice of Life, and anyone who disagrees should GTFO. Yeah. Eurocamp is great. It really is. Top tier timer. Who's gonna win? I can't believe it's not hentai award. What the heck? All right, let me put this back here. Let's see here. All right, I'm still looking at it, but adventure. We got because it's starting soon, so I'm just focusing on Twitch. Adventure, we got Stone Wars, we got what's it called in English? To Your Eternity, Mushoku Tensei, Slime, Log Horizon, Star Wars Visions. Huh, okay. Yoru no Kuni, Zombieland. We got not Zombieland, for comedy, for adventure. I don't know what this one is. I'll show you guys. I don't know what this one is. I have no idea what this is. I think it's called like Sekai Chronicles or something. I don't know. But I like Mushoku Tensei or even Dr. Stone. I like Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone's fun. All right, 33 seconds. About to close this and Start the show. What? I'm gonna close that and leave. 17 seconds. Here we go. 10. I like chatting in these things. Oh, jeez.
Receiving transmission.
Rank mecha, you cowards. An eternity has passed since the last time there's been this many mechas.
It's so loud on my end.
Since there's been this much public interest on them. Public won't mind another genre category. Some people might even tune in for the awards solely because of it. Do not waste the opportunity of a lifetime. Don't be the fool. Be the hero.
Sounds like a good idea. Computer, find all the mecha anime in 2021 for me.
Searching. There are a total of 20 different anime from 2021 that involve mecha themes.
20? I can't make a category from that. Whatever, not the end of the world. Computer, get me a jury and calculate a ranking for me.
Calculating ranking.
Alright, let's see what we have here.
Let's turn it up a little. What is this?
What? Okay, let's see the rest of the ranking.
What? I don't know anything about the mech category besides 86.
What's happening?
There's been a tie.
Okay, let's get some tiebreaker methods. Get the many.
This is so funny.
Shoals? Alright, let's just get the jury to vote.
Let me know if things are too quiet or too
They
loud.
voted to keep the tie? Alright.
Third place is a tie between first installments in new series with more on the way. Hathaway's Flash and Megaton Q Musashi. The two of them do an excellent job of both being set-up entries while not boring the viewer and keeping them excited for what is yet to come. While both have different strengths and weaknesses, both of these are fantastically fun and impossible to choose between.
And in second place, we have...
Trigger once again saves anime with their love letter
Whoa.
throwback to tokusatsu, that is SSSS Dynazenon. This phenomenal series combines the excellent character writing and story arcs of SSSS Gridman with some new, kinetic, and compelling action set pieces. The combining mecha versus kaiju fights were
Voice
quite
is good,
impressive,
okay.
and the interactions between the show's cast kept
Hopefully the
things
video is
interesting
good too.
and provided stakes for the audience to be invested in. Thus, SSSS Dynazenon was one of the year's best.
And finally, it says here the race for first place was very tight. Winning by a single vote, the best mecha of 2021 is Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0.
Wow.
Hideaki Anno has managed to
What a
weave
surprise.
together a film that works to both satisfyingly conclude a project which first began back in 2007, that manages to incorporate everything Evangelion has become since its inception,
Eva.
whilst giving clear closure to all of its characters.
Trigger once again
To
wastes
also
her time.
explore through multiple
Rip.
avenues within the story what Evangelion has grown to mean to him as its creator, whilst emphasizing that it is time to get up, let these characters and world go, and say bye-bye all of Evangelion.
See you later, Evangelion. That's where I go. Oh, here it is. The Jeopardy. That's why I wanted to go to the pre-show. It seemed kind of fun.
Hello and welcome to Anime Twitch Jeopardy special Our Anime Awards version. I can hear myself on the broadcast. That is messing
And
me up. How's everyone in chat doing? We got a special game of ATJ for y'all. Just one round, but it's not brought to you just by a host, but the most excited person for the Our Anime Awards. It's me, Replay. We got a great game for you all today, but before I introduce the contestants, I'm going to run down the rules for those of you who have never watched Jeopardy before. We only have one round. In that one round, we will have 5 categories, each category having 5 prompts worth points from 100 to 1,000. Contestants will buzz in once the prompt has been read. The first person to buzz in will have the opportunity to respond with the prompt in the form of a question. So if I were to say, what is the best Twitch emote, you'd reply, what is
Sorry,
Pogsire?
there's so
One prompt
much
on each board is
noise
the
from my
daily double,
mic.
where the contestants can bet any amount of points they've accumulated
I'm just
up to
fixing it real
1,000 if
fast.
they are below that margin. Whoever joined the voice call first has control of the board to pick whatever prompt they want to start. Before the second round, we don't have a second round. It's just one round. Whoever has the most after these 25 questions will win the game. Let me introduce our contestants. First off, the first person to join the call, we have Makati. Makati, how's it going, Makati?
It's going good.
All right. Next up, we have Axipender. How's it going, Axie?
Going pretty well.
And last but certainly not least, we have Orofine. Orofine, how are you on this fine afternoon?
We're gonna try to guess the answers,
Hello,
hopefully.
I'm doing fine.
Great. Well, let's jump into it. We don't have a lot of time. I'm sure Wilson wants to take control of the stream ASAP. So let's jump into it. We have 5 categories here. We have awards history, before and after, Here Comes the Sun, Tricky Thesaurus, and hashtag couple goals. It's just a little bit after Valentine's Day, after all. Makati, you have control of the board to start. Where would you like to begin?
Start out with Here Comes the Sun for 100.
Here Comes the Sun. This member of the 7 Deadly Sins' ability rises with the position of the sun in the sky, as does his ego, which makes him perfect for the sin of pride.
Oof, haven't watched this show.
Orofine, you buzzed
So I don't
in
know.
first.
Who is Escanor?
Yes, Escanor is the answer we're looking for.
Oh, I could have
Hirsch,
guessed that, I
great to
guess. It's
see
like
you
the
in
only character I
chat.
know.
If anyone here has
Besides
any
the main character.
Pogsires, they should throw them in. Orofine, you have control of the board. Where are we off to now?
Let's go. Here comes the sun 13.
Here Comes the Sun for 300. Taisei Iwasaki's Keep on the Sunny Side perfectly captures the jazz funk feel of Hellslim's Lot that have some... parts of Hellslim's Lot that have some normality to them after the great collapse that took place before the start of this anime series.
What? I have no idea.
Aspiring Bagel, right on in chat. Axie, what is the answer?
What is Kekkei Sensen?
That is correct. We would have also accepted blood.
Also expected blood. Rip. Oof.
I believe replay meant to say Blood Blockade Battlefront. Give us just a moment while we wait for him to return.
If they said the creator of Trigun, then I would have got it. Would have been so easy. Yeah, I've only watched like the first 2 episodes of Kekkei Sensen, so I don't really know much about it, honestly. I've heard mixed things about it. I think people really like it, and people either really like it or don't really like it. So I'm like, kind of sad. Me too. Yeah. I watched the first episode. In the first episode, the action was really exciting. So, I guess there's that. The stream is in jeopardy. Got him. Uh-oh. The awards are supposed to start at 5. Uh-oh. The stream ended.
Hey guys, just give us one moment while we wait to return.
Uh-oh.
Okay, it looks like Replay's internet has, so someone found him. Oh no! They found out that the ever sought after Replay Value X our Anime Awards was too powerful, and it could not be. So give us just one moment while we fix things real quick. Be right back. You guys want another Google timer? I can do that.
That's the worst time to have internet go down.
If you want.
One of those series where people are
That was pretty
pretend.
impressive. Some strong voice acting in that particular Best Mecha Award.
Yes, of course. I thought that was my Discord, actually. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of those series where people pretended to like rip Kekkei Sensen.
And we're back. Sorry about that, everyone. My internet collapsed under the weight of my excitement. Axie, it's your board.
True.
Let's run it back real fast.
Run it
Where are we
back.
going?
Here we go.
Ward's history for 4, please.
Ward's history for 400, boasting a combined 16 wins between the public and jury. This series is the award's biggest winner.
Oh, I have no idea. I didn't watch any of the anime awards before this.
McCaddy, you buzzed in first. Fate Steel Taylor right on in chat. What's our guess?
What is Violet Evergarden?
That is not the answer we're looking for.
Oof.
Doesn't look like anyone else is gonna buzz in. Chris is right on in chat as well. That Tone Zip fellow is right on as well. What is Kaguya-sama Love is War? Axie Pender, it's still your board. Where are we off to now?
Go awards for 5.
Awards history for 500. There were 3 categories that didn't return after the 2016 awards. These are 2 of them.
Oh, I don't know.
McCaddy, you buzzed in first.
What is best deuteragonist? And what is best mascot?
Those are 2 of the correct answers. Does anyone know what the third one is? Just kidding. I've already spoiled it. We got to get a move on. What is best studio was the last one. That's 500 points.
Oh, best studio could be
Boosting
fun.
you back up to the positives. McCaddy, it is your board now. Where are we off to?
Let's go. Not what is couple goals, just couple goals for 300.
Couple goals for 300. I'm going to show you an image of a couple. You tell me what anime they're from. What anime is this
Banana
couple
Fish.
from? McCaddy, you buzzed in first.
What is Aka 13?
That is
Oof!
incorrect.
Aka
Orphan,
13.
you are up next.
What is banana fish?
That is correct.
Banana
Splitter right
fish.
on in chat.
Exactly.
More or less everyone was getting that one. Ash
Got
and
'em.
Edgy are
Aka.
the characters, in case anyone was wondering. Orofine, it's your board. Where are we off to now?
Let's go couple goals of 400.
Couple goals for 400. What anime is this
Ooh,
pair
I don't know
from?
this one.
Orofine, you buzzed in first. What's the
This is Turney Gundam.
That is the anime.
I would've
in
never guessed
question.
that.
This is Loron and Diana. Doesn't look like some people were getting that in chat. Goku, are you?
Let's
Looks like you got it
continue.
right.
Couple goals 500.
Couple goals for
500.
500. What anime is this couple from? This is my stumper, folks. If I've got only one stumper in this game, this was it. Doesn't look like anyone was going to take a shot at it in the game. Chris is always right. Is this guy not going to win Season 2 championship when we finally get around to it? Oh, I just closed out of it.
Yeah, I was
What
like, what
is
the heck?
Hortensia Saga?
What
a little
the
bit of
heck?
spoiler there for y'all. Orofine, still your board. Where are we off to?
Let's go before and after 100.
Before
Okay.
and after for
What is
100.
this?
There's 2 prompts. You'll give me the before and the after. A Canadian documentary series breaks down the creation process for various common everyday items, hosted by Rico and Reg, though occasionally they focus a little too much on how the tools help them descend as cave raiders.
Do you just guess the show?
Axie,
Made in Abyss?
What is How It's Made in Abyss?
that is correct. Splitter right on in chat.
Oh, what the heck?
It's good to see Splitter doing well. Axie, where are we off to next?
Let's do before and after for 4.
Before and after for 400. A Sarah McLachlan single, which you might have heard played over images of sad animals, is the musical throughline for an anime being played on the piano by one mysterious Kanade Tachibana, even as the SSS tries to take her down.
Oh, Angel Beats.
Axie, you got it.
What is In the Arms of an Angel Beats?
That is
Ah,
what
okay.
we were looking for.
This is such a
We got
weird
tie at the top.
category.
The caddy's not too far behind. Axie, still your board.
Let's keep the category 300.
300, okay.
Right, before and after for 300. During a zombie apocalypse, our cast of gun-wielding students, plus one katana wielder and the school nurse, must locate these Jewish religious artifacts in order to
Oh,
save
High School of
the
the Dead,
world.
right? But I don't know what the thing
Splitter's
is.
so good at before and after. Shoulder right on as well. Doesn't look like anyone in this game's gonna. Mojave Held is also right. The answer we were looking for. What is High School of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Oh, got the
That
first.
is a-
Nice.
No idea on the second.
I know, yeah, that's funny.
Glad you guys like that one. Actually, still your board.
Let's do 5 before and after for 5.
Let's do it. Atop her friendly talking motorrad, our titular main character finds herself joined by Professor Otto Lindenbrock, Hans, and Axel as they go beneath our planet's crust through an inactive Icelandic
Kino's
volcano.
Journey, maybe?
Axie,
I'm
you
probably
buzzed
wrong.
in first.
What is Kino's Journey to the Center of the Earth?
Oh,
That is the answer we were
okay.
looking for.
I guess I was correct.
Let's do Tricky Thesaurus for 3.
Let's do it. I've taken a popular anime title, I've thrown it in a thesaurus to change up all of the individual words. Destiny, Glorious Decree, Supreme Infernal Theater, Mesopotamia.
What?
Axie.
What is Fate Grand Order Absolute Territory Babylonia?
Oh, what the heck?
Close enough for me. What is
Absolute
Fate Grand
Demonic
Order?
Battlefront.
Absolute Demonic Battlefront. Babylonia.
I guess that's understandable.
Still
Let's
your
do
board.
Tricky Thesaurus for 4.
This is a funny
Do it.
category.
Frozen dessert.
What? Frozen dessert?
The people in chat who know me know it best. What is
Oh, Hyoka?
Hyoka?
Oh yeah.
It's a joke for ice cream.
It's a
Excellent.
Joka.
Axie, still your board. Where you want to go off to?
Let's return to awards history for 3.
Awards history
Okay.
for 300. In 2019, Erwin Susume Smith
Susume!
replaced this also blonde best girl thanks to a glitch when revealing the winner for supporting character comedic. It's yet another thing we'd need justice for.
Oh, I don't
Axie,
know.
you buzzed in.
Oh,
first.
Hayasaka?
Who is Ai Hayasaka?
That is the correct answer.
Uh,
Axie is running away with this game. Orofine and
let's-
Macadie are going to need to catch up. Axie, where are we off to?
Tricky Thesaurus for 2.
Source for
Okay.
200. Single fragment.
single fragment? Oh, I don't know. Oh, One
Macadie
Piece?
buzzed in first.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
What
yeah.
is One Piece?
Is the answer.
Single
That
fragment?
brings you
That's
back
funny.
up to 0. Still got a shot here, and it's
Let's
your
go.
board.
Let's go. Here Comes the Sun for 4.
Here Comes the Sun for 400. Sunset Roller Coaster contributed tracks like Let There Be Light Again, Seagull, and Broken Windows to this anime's standout collaborative soundtrack from 2021.
Oh,
which is
Care on
overseen
Tuesday,
in
right?
part by Shinichiro Watanabe.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Macadie, you buzzed in first.
What is Sunny Boy?
That is the correct answer.
Oh. Did not know
So,
that was
same
seen
category
by
for 5.
Shinichiro
Same category
Watanabe.
for 500. This 1991 Sunrise series raises important questions like, can an android defeat a dark energy being from space, and is this a pigeon?
Oh, I know this, but I don't know what it's called.
Orofine, you buzzed in first.
This is Fightbird, I guess. I don't remember the full name.
Can you-
Like something mecha Fightbird. Like,
Fight
this is
Bird.
Close. I'm going to see if
girls
Macadie can
from
get this
Brave
one.
Series. Brave something. Fightbird.
Yeah, you got to throw it all together, and you got to put it in the form of a question.
Oof.
What is Brave Fightbird or something like that?
You're really close, but I'm not going to take any points away, but I'm not going to give you the correct answer. Macadie, you got it?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, that going to take the points away from you. What is the Brave Fighter of Sun Fiber?
Sunny Boy didn't use its
Bit
soundtrack.
of a mouthful
Oof.
title. Macadie, still your board.
Tricky Thesaurus for 5.
Let's do it. Secure.
Secure? Free? I don't know. Safe? Oh, safety?
Doesn't look
Capture?
like anyone's gonna take a shot at this one. Admittedly, I was having a little bit of fun with it, and this was meant to be a stumper. What is gotcha?
Wow, this really is a gotcha.
I was trying. What can I
Gotcha.
say? Macadie, still your board.
Let's go. Couple goals for 2.
Couple goals for 2. What anime? Is
Oh,
this
it's
pair
Bloom
from
Into
Axie?
You.
What is Bloom Into You?
That is the correct.
I gotta
answer.
watch this. I heard it's
Those are
pretty
you
good.
and Toko, for anyone wondering. Axie, still your board.
Let's go back to awards history for 2.
Let's do it. In 2017, this show had 3 of its characters nominated in main comedic, but was only enough to clinch a victory in the public vote. The jury went with Kakuri, which may have had led to a certain goddess crying.
Oh,
Macadie.
What is Konosuba 2?
Okay, I was gonna say Konosuba, yeah.
Konosuba 2 is correct, because that was the year specifically. Macadie, your board.
Let's do a couple goals for 1.
Let's do it. What anime are these characters from? Axie.
What?
What is SSSS Dynazenon?
Oh.
Glad we got all the S's in there. That is correct. Yume and Yomogi are
Spoilers?
Let's
Rip.
close out awards history.
Awards history for 100. This content holds its place in awards history as the foremost case study of eligibility, as some may have argued that it was the antagonist of a place further than the universe. Macadie.
What is Antarctica?
That is
Antarctica.
the correct answer.
Bloom Into You had
Chat
people raving
just
about it and
gave a
forgot about it
wall
when
of
it
text
finished.
There.
Yeah,
You'd love to see it.
that's what I heard.
Macadie, your board.
Let's do before and after for 2.
Born after for 200. Emma finally breaks out of Grace Fieldhouse only to discover that she's in a world of dinosaurs, but quickly befriends Littlefoot in this animated adventure.
Something promised
Axie.
Promised
What
Neverland.
is the Promise Neverland Before Time?
That is
Oh,
correct.
that's funny. That's funny.
had a lot of bit of fun on that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it's
funny.
Got 2 left. Axie, where you want to go?
Let's close out Tricky Thesaurus.
Tricky Thesaurus for 100. History of Apocalypse.
Hello, hello. History of
I'd like to
Apocalypse.
thank
What?
Aspiring Shoulder for helping to write the Tricky Thesaurus category.
Record of
Admittedly,
Ragnarok? It
I
could
changed
be.
a lot of the submissions, though. Doesn't look like anyone's going to take a shot at it. That shit Bray is right on in chat, as is Mojave
Oh,
Held.
Record.
What is Record of Ragnarok? And that brings us to
okay.
our final question. I'll let you guys bet up to 5,000 so that this one determines the winner.
What
just
the
to
heck?
screw over Axie. This
Unbelievable.
2016 installment of a popular Idol franchise. This edition follows Chika Tamaki, who decides to
Oh,
make a
Love
school Idol
Live.
club at her high school. McCaddy,
What is Love Life?
I need a little bit more.
Oh.
But
I need the
Sunshine?
2016 installment.
okay.
That says
what
Sunshine,
is
yeah.
Love Live Sunshine.
That is the correct answer.
Wow.
Answer.
Sweet.
The category
Sweet.
gave you a shot. Well, that's it for our game. Axie, you successfully pulled out the win. Congratulations.
Good job.
Apologies for
Yay.
technical difficulties, everyone. McCaddy, Orofine, thanks for playing. Axie, we'll have to get
Great.
you on the main show sometime.
Yep.
Hope you all had a great time. And now I'm throwing it back to Wilson.
And of course, thanks so much for Replay for coming over and doing this. I mean, no one could replace the amazing and honorable Alex Trebek, but I am shocked and saddened and above all anything enraged that they didn't even consider you. Like, I think you beat Mayim Belek out of the water any other day. So
I'm very honored by your kind words. At least I did a better job than Aaron Rodgers.
all right. Well, this is not the end for Replay. You were going to, well, in general, but you're also going to see him later on in the stream. And thank you so much for coming to our pre-show. We're going to take a really quick break, and then we'll be right back with the show proper.
Okay. Quick break
Thank you so much for
time.
coming by.
Hopefully his internet doesn't die again. That would not be good. Are they gonna have a timer again? Streamer mode, please. Windows noises. I guess we can go back to the nominees and stuff because we were looking at them earlier. All right, so here we go. We got some action. We got some adventure. We were at comedy, so let's continue with comedy. Got Nagatoro, we got Kaguya, we got Komi, we got Mirko-chan, we got this show that I've never heard of. We got Pui Pui Molcar, great show. Everyone should watch that show, phenomenal. 10 out of 10. Slime show, and then Zombieland Saga. I like Zombieland Saga, I do. But I'd probably have to give it to Komi or Kaguya. I didn't even know they had an OVA, actually. I gotta check that out. Drama. Uma Musume. That's a drama? I gotta watch that too, by the way. Oh. I'm just looking at it, I'm like, oh. Okay, she's just there. The thighs are getting thicker. Her thighs are very big. That is for sure. She's wearing the Reddit, like, hoodie. Will be. That's the "We'll be right back" meme. Can we get BGM? He says. Alright, we'll just put it down here and we'll just. Oh, whoops. Put it down here and we'll just watch or look at it stuff. Alright, so Pui Pui Mokar, great. Let's see here. What's next? Drama. The Evangelion movie. We got Beastars. We got Violet Evergarden movie. We got Wonder Egg. Blue Period. Blue Period. None of these other shows. No one cares. Except, I've heard this one's good. I want to watch that one. I've also heard the Violet Evergarden movie is really good too, but I haven't watched Violet Evergarden yet. So...
All right, everyone. The stream is going to go down just for a quick second, and it'll be right back up, and we'll start the show proper. So excited to see you soon. Also, did you notice that I don't sound like I'm like in a cave anymore? It was defaulting to my webcam mic. But all right, we'll be right back. You can continue to enjoy the jumpy Snoo.
Jumpy Snoo. When Snoo is a cute anime girl, crazy. I know. Romance. We got Quintessential Quintuplets, Fruits Basket, Horimiya, Senpai is Annoying. Oh, this is the movie. Tora and the Lion, the Fish or something. I have no idea what these last two are. I know what this one is. This one is Duke and Death of His Maid. I've heard that one's pretty good. It's by the guy who did, what is it? High Score Girl from JC Staff. So it's animated the same. Okay, Slice of Life. D4 DJ. Okay, Yuru Camp is phenomenal. But Nanan Biori, though. Oh my gosh, Nanan Biori is so good. Maid Dragon was good too. I liked Maid Dragon. Let's see here. I don't know these two at all. I have no idea what this is, and I have no idea what this is. They always use the Japanese names, and I wish they could use the English ones, because I don't know what it is in Japanese. In the Shirobaka movie, which I heard was not good, actually. Kind of sucks. Suspense. Oh, Attack on Titan. ReZero, Odd Taxi. I could give it to Odd Taxi. It was pretty suspenseful. Vivi. Co-Colors. Mars Red. I heard this show was horrible. Well, I guess it was good in terms of suspense. So, I don't know. Animation. I like what they did here. They put like I think it's called Genga, which is like the single frames or whatnot in a show, which is cool. Animation. Jujutsu Kaisen, Maid Dragon, Mushoku Tensei, Vivi, the Monogatari show. We got Skate. Oh my gosh, Skate's so good. Sunny Boy and Wonder Egg. Wonder Egg looked really good, I'm not gonna lie. But so did Mushoku Tensei and Maid Dragon and Jujutsu Kaisen and... I mean, they're all in the same category, you know? So... Alright, let's see. They even have a category for background art. That's pretty cool. Whoa, look at this one. I like Sunny Boy. Video's unavailable. Okay, we're gonna refresh the page. Are they back now? I don't hear anything. Yeah, I know what happened. I don't know. They have a lot less people here than I was expecting. I thought they would have a lot of people, because r/anime on Reddit has so many people in it. It has like 3 million people in it. Gotta check my ribs in the oven. Okay. It's back now. I'm gonna refresh. Maybe they're saying something. I'm not hearing anything. Oh, what happened?
Hi. I hope you guys enjoyed the pre-show. Once again, big thanks to Replay, and of course for Jag for making that wonderful best mecha and little segment for you. You know, we like to have fun here, and I hope that was a good amount of fun. And look at this production value. Do you guys see this? We got a stage and everything. You know, so you know, that's all of you in the background. That's you. Every one of those snooze is you. It's the metaverse. Hi, if you're not aware, I am your resident host /
That's me.
snootuber Wilson, and welcome to the 2021 R Anime Awards. I hope you enjoyed the bit of pre-show Jeopardy by man replay value himself. Little does he know, this is all a ploy to get me back on the show despite flaming out in the first round spectacularly, but I can give him grief about that when he comes back on later. Really though, I am excited to be here, and I hope you're excited too.
He said like
Isn't it
144
crazy how much can happen in a year? Around this time last year, I was going to sleep next to my gas fireplace, wondering if I was going to die of carbon monoxide poisoning in my sleep. This year, I finished my nursing program and got hired at my dream hospital, plus it's a cool 70 degrees outside.
Nice.
More importantly than my life happenings though, is that as always, we have had the steady reliance of anime to lean upon, as certain as the sunrise. I'm sure I'm not the only one to have cherished laughing my head off at Non, applauding the awaited return of Maid Dragon and thus Q Annie, or constructing a Charlie Day, Pepe Sylvia conspiracy board trying to figure out what the heck happened in Aw Taxi. Wait, that was just me? Okay. We've got a great show for you planned today. Already you can probably notice the production value, and that's largely courtesy of our Anime Awards hosts Wolf and Jag, so please send them your love. Now let's not waste any more time, and I'm going to explain to you really quickly how the awards work.
Yay.
So the awards are split between public and jury. The public vote is basically just a popularity vote. They vote for which nominee is their favorite, and we tally it all up.
Okay.
And for the jury vote, the most important thing about that is that we select jurors by putting an application on the subreddit, and then anyone is able to join. We bring them all to a Discord server, and then we force them to watch every nominee that gets nominated all the way to completion.
Oh my gosh,
We like this
really?
format because it offers a chance for really popular shows to get their recognition and things that capture the general zeitgeist, if you want to be artsy about it, of the year, as well as give attention to works that may be underwatched but are still really, really good, because it's so hard to watch everything.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But with that being said, let's move on to the genre awards.
All right, genres. Here we go.
The genre awards. Great anime are great regardless of where they fit in, but sometimes you're in the mood for something a little specific. We have various genre categories to give you just what you're looking for.
Now presenting the Genre Awards.
Yes. We have two very special
Yes.
guests for genre. If I'll just bring them in here real quick. Hi, our panel of guests for genre include Ember Reviews and Shabes. Hi, guys.
Hi there.
Oh, Shaves. I know
Oh my
him.
God, Shabes, do you see yourself on stream?
I watched some
no.
of his videos.
It's your little raccoon guy.
It's cute. It's good.
Also, wait, I missed it. Did you say your signature intro?
I did.
Oh, okay, can you do it again for me?
Hey, it's Shabes. Welcome to the r/Anime Awards.
I love it. Okay. Ember is a content creator that actually has been making videos for Anime News Network now for about a year, so congratulations.
That's cool.
Thank you. I actually just realized today it is the 1-year anniversary of my first video with
Oh
them.
my God, there you go. I remember seeing that come up. You did the redirect, and I was just like, yes.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then for Shapes, I almost consider Shapes the Annie-tuber's Annie-tuber. Their first channel, yeah, I mean, your first channel, Caribou-kun, consists of high-effort, insightful videos about things less often discussed. And the second channel consists of AniTube Digest, a weekly review of the best and not so best anime YouTube videos that come out that week.
That's right. Thank you for the very similar intro I give.
I want to be an AniTube Digest.
Now, our first category is Best Action. Let's see what you nominated as the best of the year.
All right, let's see. We're going to see the nominees.
The nominees for Best Action.
You guys are muted during this time, so.
Yeah, no problem.
86.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel 3, Spring Song.
Oh, anti-copyright screen.
Gintama, The Final.
Gintama, the final.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
This looks really good. Oh, there we go.
Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie, Mugen Train.
Oh.
Yeah, there's gonna be a drum roll, and then once.
Oh, starting over. Okay.
Hi. Yeah, we're sorry about that.
Heaven's
There
Feel
were some
3 is
technical
great.
Difficulties. We're gonna replay the montage.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like, what is best action if not?
Some suspense.
Yeah.
Got him.
The nominees for Best Action.
Best action.
86.
86 is so good. Oh, Gintama spoilers coming. Gotta close my eyes. 'Cause I'm gonna watch Gintama eventually. There's spoilers for all of these.
Fate
Uh-oh.
Stay Night, Heaven's Feel 3.
Close my
Spring
eyes
Song.
again.
Gintama, the final.
Gintama, the final. Close my eyes again. My eyes are closed.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Boo! Jujutsu Kaisen, boo!
Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie, Mugen Train.
Yo, Mugen Train was fire, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, movies are combined with the series. I think that's kind of unfair. Well, at least for the anime one.
Kingdom, Season 3.
I've heard Kingdom is really good. Oh,
SS Dynazenon.
Dynazenon, your favorite show.
The Edaten deities know only peace.
I wanted to watch this one. Is that all of them? Oh yeah, okay.
Heck yeah.
Drum roll, please.
And your jury winner for Best Action is SSSS Dynazenon.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Really?
Nice.
Okay.
And,
Really? Okay. Okay.
For real.
And the all right, and the public winner is Jujutsu Kaisen.
All right, public
Of
winner,
course.
understandable, but
Naturally.
Daizenon? Oh, they're switched.
We've got our action jury here. If you ever wanted to ask them any questions, their name is Pico A. But first and foremost, I mean, Shabes, you were pretty excited that that Dynazenon won. And I know that you're kind of. I don't want to like categorize you as like a specific thing, but I do think that you are like more into older shows. And with,
I mean, Dynazenon was one of the 8 shows I've seen this year. I've not seen that many, so like a show that I've actually seen winning is kind of nice. But
It's
yeah,
a good one to watch.
I know, yeah,
it
it's
is
swapped.
quite the throwback, I'd say. Yeah.
well, so it's because it's steeped in the tokusatsu tradition, right?
Yeah, as well as it's kind of going off of it. This thing that Trigger's doing with the SSSSS series kind of reminds me of the Romance trilogy from the 70s. I've not seen the Romance trilogy yet, but it's like Combattler V, Voltes V, and Daimos, and they're kind of all slightly different from each other, but they're all mecha series, and so I think this Dynazenon kind of reminded me of how like it's taking that group dynamic where they're all combining to working together to use this mecha, but it does have so it has a bit of a Sentai flavor, which is Toku, but yeah, and
I guess if they like
about you, Umber? What do you think of these
tokusatsu,
results?
then I guess it's okay.
They seem pretty
I've never seen
pretty on
it,
par with
so
what I
I don't
expected.
know.
Although I do want to at least shout out the fact that Edaten Deities got nominated, because I feel like I was the only one watching that show, at least in the circles I was watching. So
I know, yeah, it was
shout out
super
to that. But yeah,
unpopular.
Dynazenon, absolutely great action series. And no surprise with Jujutsu Kaisen on the public side either. Mappa being
Skate
Mappa.
was snubbed. I don't know if that's really
It's a
action.
big hit,
Oh yeah.
Pico, can you explain exactly why the jury chose Dynazenon?
Pico?
We felt that it had the strong tokusatsu roots helped boost the show, as well as it having a lot of strong character.
Okay.
It had a lot of strong character writing that did set it apart from even its predecessor, Gridman.
Really?
which did help give it a boost in our eyes.
Okay.
And that's what Shay's mentioned that somebody do you remember that meme a while back where people were talking about like, oh, I love this mecha show because it's not about the mechas, it's about the characters. But like if you'd watched any other mecha show, you would know that like most of them are about the character dynamics.
Yeah. All right, this one put the characters in front of a lot of the mecha even.
My dog's barking.
With the mechas only really standing out because they had the tokusatsu inspiration.
All right, so they just
And
like
what
tokusatsu.
I wanted to ask about real quick is just because the public winner is Jujutsu Kaisen, and honestly, I'm not that surprised considering it won Crunchyroll's Anime of the Year last year, and then it somehow wormed its way in and got nominated again for this year. But there's got to be something about it that draws people in. What do you guys think that is?
Oh, they don't like it?
It does have some very excellently choreographed action, and the characters are fun enough to keep you entertained throughout the entire spectacle that it creates.
I think Jump Anime just kind of get that attention, If they're published in Shonen Jump, it's part of this really popular lineage and very beloved lineage. So I think seeing, especially a title that has such a beloved treatment that Mappa gave it, it is. I think it's just exciting. It's in the same way, just kind of naturally gets that attention, I think.
All right, and that's it for Best Action. Thank you, Pico, for illuminating what the jury thought.
Okay.
You're welcome, and look forward to seeing how it goes from here.
Okay. Ember and Shade are staying with us while we go on to Adventure. Let's go and explore the world. Here are your nominees for Best Adventure of 2021.
My eyes are dying, only because the sun's in my face right now. Let me close my window. It'll stop soon. Usually at 4 or 5 o'clock when I'm sitting at my table, the sun gets in my eyes. Oh, Windows noises again. Please not Mushoku Tensei. Mushoku Tensei is fire. It should win the adventure one, but we'll see. I'm gonna turn on my light. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
We don't seem to have a montage, but that's all right. Let me go over the nominees real quick, just so you guys are familiar, before we announce the winners. The nominees for Best Adventure are Dr. Stone, Stone Wars, Fumetsu no Anata E, or
do they
To
not
Your
have
Eternity,
the montage?
Mushoku Tensei Isekai Itara Honki Desu, Tensei Shitara Slime Dataken second season, or the time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Okay, yes.
Log Horizon Entak Hokai, Star Wars Visions, Sekai Saiko no Ansatsusha, Isekai Sokisoku
Browsersource.
Tensei Suru. I don't know what the English localization for that is. And Yoro no Kuni, which I'm assuming is Dark Country or something like that. And the public and winner, I had it. There it is. Yeah, the winner for Best Adventure, both jury and public, is Mushoku Tensei.
Good.
We've got our first consensus winner.
Nice.
So I honestly, it's so popular and everyone loves it so much. I keep hearing good things about it. I don't think it's that much of a surprise. What did you guys think of this?
I'm looking forward to watching it. I'm waiting until it's done, personally.
I have seen the first season. It's literally this.
I'm not watching the pedophile anime.
The Review Starlight movie are literally the last things from this year I still have to watch, and I'm super hyped. I loved the first season. Really, like, they do a lot of the people say like the world building and like the magic system is like one of the big things of Mushoku Tensei, and it's not groundbreaking by any stretch, but the way that they present it makes it so captivating and interesting to immerse yourself in this world.
This is true.
I really adore that about it.
And I mean, at the end of the day, that's like kind of what makes up a good adventure, right? Like you want to be able to explore this other world, so the world building has to be on point. And like part of the reason I think it also has such a good appeal is that I found it really unique how the time scale is so like tight. You know what I mean? Like it follows Rudy from like a baby, right? I haven't seen much of it, but
yeah. And I mean, I've also only been kind of
Uh-oh.
that case. Whereas like I think you could technically qualify some of these anime as adventure, right? But like I'm less like certain about. I have not seen any of these shows actually, but like Star Wars Visions, for example, I've seen a couple of those. How much of that is like an adventure compared to something like Mushoku Tensei, which seems like they're really traveling somewhere and going someplace. Not that like going someplace is like the default adventure or anything, but I think I don't know. To me, that's kind of the most qualifying, or like the biggest thing about adventures, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, like I've only seen the first season, but there's at least like 3 major location shifts or location settings in the first season, so you really get a sense for different areas of this world and like the different cultures and stuff that make up the world that he gets reincarnated into.
We've got the juror Eggman here. Eggman, since people are kind of a little more unaware of some of the other series, do you mind explaining? Like Yorodo Kuni got second place. As Shave says, it's translated as like dark.
I think, yeah,
country?
the stream is saying they have it as a night world.
Night world. See, who doesn't want to explore that? So, do you mind talking a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of Mushoku Tensei in that it's only 3 episodes, and it follows young adolescent girls as they're growing up, and it's a very tightly knit story with great music and visuals, whereas Mushoku Tensei is like obviously a very long running story, and the characters have a long way to go to get to their finale, I guess.
That's I had not even heard of this one, so that I was intrigued by the cover, at least of the mosaic you guys sent me for all the nominees and stuff. It did pique my interest, so I'll probably check that one out. I like a lot of the lower, lesser known things, lower profile, I should say.
I actually just watched it like a couple hours ago, and it's a good one. It's directed by Rio Timo, actually, so that was a nice surprise.
Man, they're very cultured on this panel. They know
He's
so
like
much.
a big legacy animator. He was the chief animation director on Birdie the Mighty Decode.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, so like he's a big key animator and like long storied history in the industry, so it was a fun time.
Nice. And I quickly just want to mention this as a last thing. I was surprised to find Star Wars Visions on here, just because like,
this is Night World, by the way.
Star Wars.
I mean, it is an adventure for sure, but like
really right.
The anthology nature of it, I think it may be a little harder to believe, I guess, where it's like it's focusing on certain characters, and not a lot of them are going someplace. They kind of go to they have a particular location they're set in, as well as their own things going on. But I can kind of see it because Star Wars, like I said, it is kind of an adventure.
I like Birdie the Mighty Decode. I've heard that show's really good.
Did the anthology nature of it kind of hurt it, Eggman, while it was in discussion?
Yeah, that's kind of what people liked it, and the best episodes are like top tier quality, but like there's a variation in like the quality between different episodes and the story, and since there's not a through line, you have a lot of characters to remember, and it's not as like you don't come to know and love each of the characters, but the best episodes obviously are just great in and of themselves, so that's why it was included in our list.
Thanks for the insight. Did you guys have any more questions for Eggman?
I just had one idea that I had written down, just really quick. But like, out of the nominees that you have here, do you hope that any of them are going to be like kind of a trendsetter or some sort of like kind of future classic, or what do you think that's like kind of new?
Second season's awesome.
That these nominees have, and it doesn't have to be Mushoku Tensei.
Yeah, I gotta watch
But
Birdie.
like that
It's
you
on my
want to
list.
kind of see replicated or expanded upon.
I would really love to see more shows like Night World where they don't overstay their welcome. They're very well produced. They know what they want to do, and they do that thing really well.
Okay.
I also love Star Wars Visions. More anthologies would be great too. So
I haven't seen Star Wars Visions yet.
I agree with
actually.
that.
All right. Well, that was Best Adventure. Thank you so much, Eggman, for coming by.
Thank you.
All right, best
All
adventure
right.
over.
With
What's
that, we
next?
are going to move on to next best comedy, which I am told that we do have a montage for. So I apologize to everyone who really loved Shabe's reading off the nominations, because I do understand that he is captivating. But
Wow.
The list for my not for my I luckily wrote mine down.
Up next,
I didn't know I had to. I didn't know whether there was a montage or not. When
see, is there anything that you did not to love about Shapes?
Oh, stop!
Oh, stop.
All right. Up next are some shows that are much funnier than I am. Here are your nominees for best comedy.
Okay, here we go.
The nominees for Best Comedy. Don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro.
Don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro. I gotta watch this show eventually. It's probably not good, but I'll watch it.
Kaguya-sama, OVA.
Didn't realize there's an OVA for this. I gotta watch it. Kaguya is so funny. And I am.
Komi-san.
Komi's really funny too. I like Komi a lot.
Make Black Company.
I have no idea what this is. I'm gonna search it up.
Miyaruko-chan.
This is like comedy, but also horror, but also ecchi.
Pui Pui Molcar.
Pui Pui Molcar? Fire. I'm telling you, it's so good.
I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level.
I watched like the first episode of this and I was very bored, so I just didn't continue watching it.
Zombieland Saga, Revenge.
Yo, Zombieland Saga is so funny. I love Zombieland Saga.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, same.
Do we have the drum roll or?
Drum roll. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I can't.
Just go.
Okay, and the jury winner for best
Oh,
comedy
Urmichi Onisan wasn't on there,
is-
actually.
Sorry. Zombieland Saga Revenge.
Hey, I like
And
Zombieland
the
Saga.
public winner is Komi-san.
Nice.
We are joined by Juror Collapse Block. So if you guys have any questions, you can go ahead and ask him. But, you know, comedy is so subjective. Do you guys find it hard to, like, really pin down why you like a comedy?
Oh, definitely is subjective, yeah.
I was just thinking that earlier. It's very much sort of a personally, I think just about everything about media is subjective, but I will agree that comedy is like the most varying in terms of like what people like about it.
Well, there are two Kaguyas. What the heck?
I imagine nowadays that you know, because comedy is such a subjective thing, I imagine people like the jury or other people, they would focus on other aspects of the show beyond like whether it made me laugh or not, you know, because just because it didn't make me laugh doesn't mean it didn't make other people laugh.
Yeah.
But like you could probably make a better case about like the quality of the production in terms of like the music, the designs, and all these other things. And I mean, what kind of made me think about that is the public winner Komi Can't Communicate, which has these incredible production values on top of like, you know, being a comedy and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to agree with that, but I will disagree slightly in that. I mean, obviously, you can't just be like, you know, hey, I made this. This made me laugh harder, so therefore I think we should rank this higher. Because obviously everyone experiences comedy differently. But I feel like if it's being innovative or somewhat new and really creative of how it displays its jokes and punchlines, for example, something like Pui Pui Molcar. Like Pui Pui Molcar, if you're not aware, is this short where it's like stop motion and there's little like hamsters that are like made of little fuzz balls, and a lot of the comedy is based off of like they're also used as cars. Okay, I'm explaining this terribly. You got
they saw it in the montage there. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got hamster cars. So like, say like one skit will be like the police show up in a hamster car, but then they go to arrest a criminal, but the hamster car has gone off to eat some carrots, and they can't find it. So I just think something innovative and new is really much appreciated when it comes to comedy.
Yeah, totally. I definitely agree with that.
Eggman, can you talk about a bit about how this category went and why you ranked things the way you did? Not Eggman, Collapse. Sorry, you're not.
Yo, Molcar's funny.
I'll
pull up some pictures.
Well, Zombieland was a favorite from the start, thanks to the strength of its cast, and people think that it was just a very good continuation.
Look at how fun they are. Look how cute they are. Little hamsters with wheels.
And Sakura, who already had dramatic arcs,
And they're funny. It is funny. I watched like the first like 4 episodes. It's funny, yeah.
Season. One episode in particular that comes to
Dragon Maid where? That is true actually. Where is Dragon Maid?
I think that was a good display of what Kagura
Dragon Maid's a slice of life. Okay, well.
learned in season 1.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot that happened. It's been I haven't seen it since it finished airing, but yeah, that was
Also, like someone said, how the production affects the comedy with that Zombieland is aided by very good and fun character animation displayed very consistently, and like you said, Molcar as well, because of its stop motion nature. We thought that the constraints of making a show like that allow it to flex higher creativity on its skits.
Now, what I want to talk about is that for the public, the Kaguya-sama OVA got second. And I've only seen one scene from the OVA, and it's not. I don't think we could actually show it on Twitch.
Probably not. Probably not.
Is that exactly the reason why do you think it ranks so high with the public, or because Kaguya is so popular and everyone's gonna love Kaguya?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the actual impression I got though is that even though it is kind of like a standard fan service OVA, it still
an
puts
episode.
a Kaguya spin
One
on it.
episode.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, we think that it was
Okay.
a solid Kaguya episode overall.
I got a new friend request on
The
my
fan
anime
service
list.
was not a problem for the jury, I can tell you that. But it was just
I
a
don't
bit
know if I
hard.
wanted to know that.
Do I know this person?
Well, it was just a bit hard to truly judge the OVA because it's just a single
No,
episode.
I don't know this
And
person.
this is one of the most accoladed shows in the history of awards. So it was like, really? Kaguya again? And just a single episode? So it was tricky to discuss.
This isn't necessarily the place to ask a question like this, but I'm curious about the OVA. If does it adapt manga material?
Yes.
All right, interesting.
Oh, really?
Remind me to
I gotta watch
not
it then.
put that on my wish list later.
I'll add it to my list.
My last question is for Ember, who has seen. So this is I'm gonna be honest, a little bit of a meme question. What slime is this? Like, there's so many slime shows. So
Which slime is this?
This 300. I found out just recently that this is not I reincarnated as a slime. This is it's another slime.
Yeah, this is the one where Aoi Yuki plays like a 300-year-old witch. So, it was a decent time. I had fun with it. I would watch a second season if it got. I don't know if a second season got announced, but I would watch a second season.
All right. Well, thanks for indulging me, and thanks to Class for showing up. We had a good time.
Same. Thank
Okay, yes.
And I'm sorry I called you Eggman.
Eggman.
No problem.
All right. Goodbye.
Eggman.
All right. With that was best comedy. We're gonna
was
move
best
on
comedy.
to best drama.
Best drama. Here we
Um,
go. I'm ready.
I had a little skit planned out, but it's kind of cringy, and then I actually don't know if Wolf will be okay. Wolf, you gotta work with me, okay? You gotta time it right.
Here we go. Skit.
No, this can't be happening, darling. We must part, but only just for a moment, just enough time for this montage to play. Wait for me. Here are your nominees for best drama.
Here are your nominees for best drama.
Oh my.
I liked it.
Beastars 2.
Beastars 2. I gotta watch the first season. Still.
Blue Period.
Blue Period is so good. I love Blue Period.
Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0. Thrice Upon a Time.
I like that part. That part's kind of cute. Where Rei is like doing stuff.
Heike Monogatari.
Gotta watch this eventually still. Like traditional Japanese.
Megalobox 2. Nomad.
Gotta watch this too. Oh, Joe's crying. Cry for Joe.
Uma Musume. Season 2.
When is this game gonna come to the States? And how is this a drama? I didn't know that. I thought it was a comedy.
Violet Evergarden.
Oh no, close my eyes.
movie.
Not looking. Look away! Look away! Alright, we're good.
Wonder Egg Priority.
Wonder Egg Priority would have been so good if it was good. Oh, Wonder Egg.
And your jury winner for Best Drama is... Megalobox Nomad. Nomad Megalobox 2.
What? Okay.
And, your public winner for Best Drama is Violet Evergarden the movie.
Okay. Not surprising for the public.
All right, so Shapes, I'm gonna throw the first question to you because obviously, now if you don't know this, Shapes made a video listing like every Ashita no Joe reference in the first season of Megalobox. It's like this crazy, insane, really long, detailed video, and you know, Megalobox, while being a spiritual successor, it makes a pretty drastic change to A&J, and then now that's why we have Nomad. How do you feel about this? Is it like a blasphemy? Is it like
No, it's
the quality went under after
Joe,
2 episodes.
I don't want to spoil Ashita
I don't know
Joe,
about that.
Even though it is 50 years old.
I'd say the quality went bad
but
after like
it's
the
very
first
similar
6
in
or
that,
7.
Ashita no Joe 2 takes place a couple, like, it was made 7 years after the manga finished, and it does adapt to the manga basically, but it does adapt the second half of it, which is a lot more dramatic, and it's less about the boxing. It still has boxing, similar to Nomad, but I think it is in spirit, really. I haven't made a follow-up video or a reference video for the second season, mostly because I really do think it doesn't put the references out front and center in the same way. I'd have to like really stretch and kind of look or whatever. But I also don't like making the same video twice. But you know, it is a great follow-up and very in spirit for Ashita no Joe. Actually, I think it has its own themes and ideas.
Complained about
but
Blue Period.
I don't know. I don't want to go
Good.
into like all the different things that it's kind of referencing and stuff. But yeah, like Chief and what is the other guy's name? Shoot,
was it Mac?
Yeah, Mac. Yeah, those two do like I think those two definitely have parallels to characters in Joe in their own ways, but they're their own characters as well. They're not carbon copies, similar to how the original Megalobox wasn't really a carbon copy of Ashita no Joe either. But I'm really happy that a lot of people enjoyed this season. I think a good deal of people enjoyed it more than the first season, which is awesome. Yeah, and I enjoyed it. I'm happy to see it get this kind of recognition.
Is that where Little Mac is from?
No.
I know he's from Punch Out. Okay,
Little
I'm
Mac.
not that young. Okay? I'm not a zoomer.
No, there's not a character. There's not a character named Mac and Joe, but like there's a
Mac and
there's
cheese.
characters that like have similar personality traits as Mac in Nomad.
Mm-hmm.
For example, Mac being a family man, which kind of humanizes him in a way, is very similar to the final champion in Ashita no Joe. He's also a family man.
I gotta watch that show still.
What do you think of these rankings, Ember? Do you
It's too many
are you
shows
happy,
on my
sad,
list.
mad, salty?
I'm
Salty?
generally pretty positive on them, although I will like I was really pulling for Heike, but if I had to pick one for it to lose to, Megalobox would be that one, so I'm not super upset by that. Yeah, generally.
You might be upset that Heike got like 5th.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, it's because I imagine it's because not a lot of people had seen it. I mean, jury is
jury 5th.
Not the case, but like jury.
That's true.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit of that, Kanowski?
Yes, hello, thank you. The main problem with Heike the story that basically every Japanese child comes in touch with during their school time is that it's not for Western audiences. We don't know the Heike story, the story about the Heike clan that gets completely destroyed.
Oh, it's not.
And
it's
it
like
was hard
Rakugo
to keep along the events and all the characters that were mentioned. And it also felt a little rushed sometimes. Like, there were events where you don't really know the conclusions and why are they now here and what had happened.
Yeah,
I would disagree with it, but I disagree with it, but that's okay. I definitely see the perspective there. It is kind of hard and a little bit alienating, for sure.
I mean, I heard also from Japanese audiences that they also thought that the whole thing was rushed and well,
it is. Yeah, I can imagine 11 episodes. Anything's gonna be like that, I think.
Okay.
But I don't mean to be about that. I actually had a question that was not related to like the winners or like kind of what like the order, because I wrote these before I knew who won or anything like that. I actually noticed that a lot of the dramas, there's a lot of variety in the genre, right? There's 2 school dramas, there's 2 sports, there's 2 period pieces, there's a mecha anime and a magical girl anime.
Yeah.
So what do you think? I just thought kind of a bit of a challenge. But what do you think are some things that these anime have in common besides their drama tag? They're kind of like, that kind of makes them interesting, I think.
I think the main thing they all have in common is the dramatic things that are happening. Yes, I know it's kind of similar to drama, but that's mainly the reason they all tie together in this genre. There are always characters that have some development around the show with overcoming weaknesses or growing stronger together. So
did you guys see this? They changed stuff on
the drama category.
Like variants
on
very.
Mal.
We can find that in a lot of shows.
They have
like
a
you already
company's
listed
ranking
shows.
now,
So
Yeah,
which is cool.
I like that. Yeah, that's interesting. I agree with
Kyoto
that.
Animation's #1, of course. Obviously, they go.
What I wanted to ask is that for the public winner, they chose Violet Evergarden the movie. Now, I know
Madhouse?
that there was another Violet Evergarden movie.
Pretty good.
That involved
they don't do much
ballroom
anymore,
dancing,
though.
but this is not it.
Wit,
Right?
phenomenal.
What is this?
I love Wit. Shaft. It's okay.
Well, this movie is the final Violet Evergarden
Ufotable.
movie.
I've
We
only
have
seen that.
Violet,
So
who now
Bones.
finally
I like Bones.
finds the major
Mappa. I like Mappa.
she was always
Ghibli.
looking for in the season.
A1.
And
I
grab
like
in.
them.
That is the reason
Production
why we
IG,
placed
yeah.
it relatively
Trigger
low
should be
compared to
lower.
the public, because the whole movie undermines the main storyline from Violet Evergarden.
I wanna see.
Like overcoming the
Atlas.
death of a loved one, moving on. These things get sidelined and undermined, and that didn't really go well.
I'm
with
sorry.
the
There's
jury.
there.
Evergarden, end of
Oh, what the heck?
Evergarden.
What happened?
Basically.
End of Evergarden.
I would definitely agree with that. I think it, like even right down to the last scene that just kind of.
Okay, they're spoiling Evergarden, so I'm just gonna turn it off real fast. Yeah, don't want to hear about that. I was also too focused on the companies thing, so I'll just look at the companies because they're taking way too long on these explanations. Like, it's fun to explain, but like, man, they're taking forever. Anyway, Science Saru. They're okay. Cloverworks, I like them. White Fox, I like them, but they don't like make anything anymore. Gainax, they also don't make anything anymore. Some of these companies have not made anything in a little bit. Especially Madhouse. Like, Madhouse is fine, but like, they also changed the page. Like, isn't it cool? I think it's cool. Their highest rated anime? Oh, I was gonna say is Death Note? No, it should be Hunter x Hunter. I'm gonna increase my volume again because apparently there's spoilers right now. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna wait till the category's over, and I don't know how long that's gonna be. It's gonna take a little bit. What is everyone saying? Neat. If you watch the shows, then you can't get spoiled. This is true. That's a 5-head move right there, honestly. Like, that's the biggest 5-head move. Why does the thing keep disappearing? Where is it? Okay, there it is. Where's Arya the Crepuscolo? Oh my gosh. What a man. What a man. Yeah, Violet Evergarden, I watched the first 2 episodes when it first came out and never continued it. But I will, eventually. Anyway. I really like Wit Studio a lot, but I've heard that they treat their workers really poorly. But that's a lot of studios, I'm not gonna lie. Literally everything they make is so goated, I swear. Shaft, Ufotable, Bones. Bones. Can I get my pizza boneless? Yeah, I heard that once. I was like, that's gross. Wonder Egg's ending is bad, but it doesn't validate what came before. That's true, yeah. I think the first, like, 5 or 6 episodes were really good. But after that, no. It ended up going way downhill, and then the ending just... Oh my gosh, the special was so bad. I wish it was better. I really wish it was, because it looked good. It sounded good. Oh my gosh. What if Wonder Egg was never good? You lie. Stop lying to me. Why are you always lying? Bones are the Bonehead Studios. Ha! Got 'em. I liked some of the things they make. Like, I liked Full Alchemist. I liked a couple seasons of My Hero. I like Noragami. I like Mob Psycho. I haven't seen any of these, so I can't say for sure about these ones. Gothic I've heard is good. Skate's phenomenal. I love Skate. Space Dandy people like, you know. Wolf's Rain has an amazing soundtrack. Carol on Tuesday I've heard is good. Yeah, I like Bones, honestly. Ufotable, overrated. 0 out of 10. This should be like the last... No, it's very... Everyone really likes Ufotable. I think they're a little overrated, but they have made some pretty good stuff, honestly. Like, all the Fate stuff is good. Tsukihime, or not Tsukihime. The Kyokai, the KNK movies are pretty good. I like Demon Slayer now. I didn't like it at the beginning, but now it's very good. I think the Entertainment District arc is extremely good. But yeah. Oh, they're moving on. Wait.
I prescribe 1 heaping helping of Comf, taken daily and as needed. Side effects include laughing and crying. Here are your
You're
nominees
to watch
for
the
best
stuff
slice of
they
life.
made, yeah. Slice of life.
For best slice of life.
Please give it to Eurocamp, come on.
D4DJ, first mix.
This was surprising. This is like an idol show. Shouldn't this be in like an idol category or something? I don't know.
Looking for magical Doremi.
What? I've never even heard of this show. Looking for magical Doremi? I gotta look that one up.
Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Dragon Maid! Lit. I love Dragon Maid. What was I looking up again? Oh, magical Doremi.
Non Biori, non-stop.
Yo, Non Biori nonstop is so good.
Pompo, the cinephile.
What? What is this? This looks like a show that I'd be very interested in.
Shirobako movie.
I heard the movie was not good. What is Pompo? I kind of want to watch that.
The Aquatope on White Sand.
I've heard this show gets really boring. I watched the first 2 episodes. Oh, Looking for Magical Doremi? Okay, that's what it's called.
Yuru Camp Triangle, Season 2.
Yuru Camp Triangle. Do they have to add the triangle? You told me about Pompo? I've never heard of this.
Alright. And your jury winner for Best Slice of Life is Non Biori Non-Stop.
Let's go!
And the public winner for Best Slice of Life is This Kobayashi's Dragon Maid S.
Okay, not bad.
I love slice of life so much. Like,
Yes.
I wouldn't mind any of these winning, to be honest. Like, they're so good.
A movie about making movies, gotta
Very
watch
nice.
Yeah. My top two for the year.
What are your top two for the year? For the year, that's
For the year.
For the year, I feel like a lot of people kind of overvalue drama and like action and stuff like that, just because I think it like kind of pulls at your emotions a little bit stronger. But I'm really interested to see what your two are.
My number 2 was Pompo, and my number 1 was the Shirobako movie, which really tells you what my specific interests in anime are if you put those two together.
Yeah, production, I assume.
I just noticed that the jury winner and public winner are both sequels. It's
That's true,
interesting,
yeah.
right? Where like it's not like a plot-driven kind of show, or like a plot-driven genre. So you'd be like, wait, you get a sequel to a a show where it just kind of does whatever. But it is I think there is something to be said where
Magical
like the
Joy
show
to
can
me
actually
is a
improve
movie,
upon what
apparently.
it does well. Like they kind of figure out like they're getting their footing and stuff, and they actually improves on things. But also like it's just more Eurocamp.
Oh,
You know what I
it's
mean?
directed by
It's more
Junichi
non-Biori.
Sato. Look,
That's
see?
exciting in and of itself. I just think that's interesting.
Junichi
Wait,
Sato.
it's interesting that like
Fire.
Kanzian or Kanowski, which are our jurors for this, by the way. How much would you say the Zequelness like? Was
It's
brought up in
related
discussion?
to Magical Doremi. I watched that show when I was little.
The aspect of Non-Bioi as a sequel is brought up a fair amount in terms of how it builds on what it does in the previous seasons and how the characters continue what the characters have been like in previous seasons and how they've grown over time. In terms of Dragon Maid, it definitely brought up in terms of what Dragon Maid does a lot better than others. What it does better than it did in season 1 and what
Super
it did
Cub.
worse in season 1. For example, we thought that a lot of the scenes around Lucawa were a lot better than they were in season 1, with a lot less focus on some of the things around that. And then we also, we had other issues with Dragon Maid.
What are the other issues?
Yeah,
a lot of
supposedly
the
I gotta watch
psychology-
that.
you wanna
Looking
take it,
for
Ken?
Doremi thing.
Yeah, I can take it. Well, the main issues for Dragon Maid we had were some character designs, especially Ilulu.
Yeah, I mean, why would you give someone such
more like
monstrous hands?
Yeah, they
It's
had-
monstrous hands.
A
That's
one.
funny.
But also the repetitiveness of some jokes around certain parts of the female body
Oh well.
that were like off-putting for us, and
Yeah,
also
yeah.
characters like Saikawa didn't really go too well with us.
Makes sense.
Every,
Yeah.
every time I hear discussion about Dragon Maid, I always forget that those exist. Like, it's like my memory, like, loves the show so much that it blocks out all that stuff.
Yeah, because I imagine, right? If you're enjoying a show, then like the stuff that doesn't bother you, just you completely forget about it. And then when someone brings it up that like they had a super issue and they're not enjoying it the same way, they're like, "Oh, that happened." I'm like, "Oh, that's a,
Dragon
oh,
Maid does have a
huh,
lot
it-
of like
it's interesting." I had the
strange
same thing with,
sexual
like, Princess
things in it,
Jellyfish,
but
I won't go on that tangent.
I don't know. I think it's fine.
Ember, some people might not be as aware of what like Pompo is. I think it got subbed pretty late and joined the nominations later. Would you mind giving a quick overview?
Yeah, basically
I'm
like
gonna watch
the
Pompo now.
PA for a big producer. The producer just shoves a script in his hand and says, "Go make a movie," and it's basically like him, just pulling together a movie with all the knowledge that he's gained over his years working for this producer. It's definitely not a realistic movie. It is very much. It's definitely leans more towards a fantastical, but it is still very captivating nonetheless. And it's actually one of the few times where I found the casting to be particularly on point, because like there's the main character and then like a brand new actress where they just pulled no-name actors and actresses out of nowhere so that they didn't sound like anime characters. And then the other characters, it's like you have Akio Otsuka and Ai Kakuma and all these other big names to really sell the difference in like experience.
I had the wonderful opportunity to see this at Anime NYC, like the first premiere, and oh my god, let me tell you, it was such a great. I had the choice between that and Bell, and I unfortunately wasn't able to stay in time for Bell, but I am not disappointed in the least that that Pompo was what I got to see instead. I think I was like crying like halfway in.
Oh yeah, I definitely started crying at some point in it.
Yeah.
looking forward to seeing it.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, thank you so much to our jurors. We're gonna move on from Slice of Life. I hope we see you later.
Wow, this one was a little faster than the last category. The last category was kind of.
Right, and up next.
Oh, it's not
we've
blurry
got
anymore.
Suspense. Let's move on to best. Wait, I hear something moving in my house. Yeah, but I should be home alone. I'm gonna go check it out real quick. Here are your nominees for best.
Your nominees for best.
The nominees for Best Suspense. Co-Colors.
I have no idea what this is.
Sorry, we're rushing a little bit.
No, don't.
Mars Red.
Co-Colors. I gotta look that one up.
Odd Taxi.
Odd Taxi's great.
ReZero. Second season.
Oh, close my
Part
eyes.
2.
Haven't seen it yet. Stop.
Shadow's House.
Okay. Shadow's House is fire. That show is so good. I only watched like 3 episodes of it, but it was good.
Shingeki no Kyojin. Final season. Part 1.
I love Attack on Titan's final season. It is so good. Some people don't like it, but I liked it. I watched the first episode of this, and that's it. So.
Vivi. Fluorite Eyes Song.
I like Vivi. Vivi was good. Suspense, though? I don't know.
All right. And your jury winner
Jury? Okay.
for best suspense is Sonny Boy. And
Oh, really?
the public winner is Odd Taxi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your juror for this is Sarah, so you feel free to ask Sarah any questions. What do you guys think of these?
I dig.
Yeah, I hear you cheering a bit at Odd Taxi.
I still have to see Odd Taxi, but Sonny Boy is again one of the few shows I've seen this year, so that was neat. That's cool.
Yeah, I think in terms of suspense, specifically as a concept, I think Sonny Boy is probably my favorite from this list.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. Understandable.
Can you explain why?
It's just like the way that it constructs its world and the mystery surrounding it, and just the way the fates of certain characters and how they progress through the series. It's just very. It keeps you like constantly on edge, not in like a horror sense, but in like a what's gonna happen next kind of sense. What is the mystery behind all of this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the kind of show that like completely goes over my head. Like I could not tell you the first thing of like the themes of this show or like kind of certain things, but it sort of washes over you, and it's just gonna kind of a good time of bleeps and bloops. I don't want to like downplay it, but like it's a good time, man. It's a good time.
I mean, that is. I think suspense is the only category where it like pleasantly confused is a desirable quality that you want to be. Sarah, can you talk a little bit about why you chose Sonny Boy as your winner?
Yeah, so
Sonny Boy.
we kind of agreed with like a lot of the things people have said with the story. It's not really a story that makes sense right off the bat, or you can really claim, at least we could really claim to know like exactly what was going on at all times. But that was almost part of its charm for a lot of us.
Okay.
It tells a story about like themes of humanity, of growing up, of society, and does it in a way that's extremely thought-provoking, but doesn't really spoon-feed anything.
Okay.
And the visual presentation of it is really great. I think just because the fact that the fact that the story is so out there just led to like a lot of really cool visuals, especially with the background arts and the character designs. And the music was really great, even if it was used kind of sparingly. So all of those things together really pushed it to the top for our category.
Yeah, it's a real special show. It's like stuff that like we we were kind of worried that we'd never get again. You know, it feels like something that come from like the 2000s when it was like very experimental and directors were kind of just given free reign. But such an original project like this is really exciting to see, and of course coming from Shingo Araki. Not Shingo Araki. I'm sorry. Shingo Natsume. Shingo Natsume.
Shame on you, Shapes. Shames on.
I saved it. I did save it. Nobody corrected me.
And as for the public winner, I mean, for a while, like I remember, like, do you remember the period of time where all the big AnyTubers were just making video after video on Odd Taxi? It was like, this is the most slept on show of the year, and then Mother's Basement's like, you guys are missing out on Odd Taxi. It's the show you haven't watched. What do you think about that?
It worked.
It worked. Like I was even hearing about it like outside of the anime sphere, like other like more general podcasts I listened to were like talking about Odd Taxi, so it's not surprising that it won the public vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's
one of those shows like Konosuba where word of mouth really works.
Yeah, it's very.
And what do you think
popular.
is like drawing people towards it? I mean, there's as always the mystery, but even in addition to the mystery, there's all these different character interactions and kind of like there's one. I remember one episode where it pulls almost like a Sangatsu no Lion thing, where the first half of the episode is this long, unrelated tangent about a cat.
Oh yeah.
Who, like, has a gambling problem, and I just really appreciate shows that are able to take that kind of chance.
That was weird, yeah.
And somehow that character ends up becoming one of the most important characters in like the last 2 episodes of the show.
Exactly. You know, and I think that's what big part of suspense. It's the interconnected of it's all. It's the like everything coming together. It's all coming together. Kronk.
Yeah.
Right. Anything you would like to say, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, especially with like Odd Taxi, I think that the jury agreed that it was also a very great show. There were like a lot of great contenders for like suspense this year.
VYN FYI. What do you mean? What is that, an abbreviation for something?
That's completely right. We're going to move on to the next category. Thank you so much, Sarah, for coming on by. And this is the last of the genre categories. It's best romance. Love is in the air, especially it being February. But unfortunately for us, a lot of us may as well live in space. Get it? Because there's no air.
Got him.
Here's the category where we live vicariously through others. Best
Got
romance.
him. All right, romance.
The nominees for Best Romance. Fruits Basket.
Up
The
close my
final.
eyes.
幻滅なんかしない結婚しよう
Horimiya.
Oh, also close my eyes. Another show I have not finished. I'll get to it.
Josei. The
Ah,
Tiger and the
another
Fish.
close my eyes.
Mucal Dreamy.
I have no idea what this is. Mucal Dreamy?
My Senpai is Annoying. Amoy Amaware.
I have no idea what this is.
そしたらリオくんが誰にもできない全部間違え
The
て
Quintessential Quintuplets.
頭いいって
Season
言って
2.
たけどこんなもんなんだなんでおせっかい焼いてくれるのあなたからは絶対に教わりません
Alright, QQ.
あんたなんか来なければよかったの
The Duke of Death and his maid.
Okay, I know that one, yeah. Mucal Dreamy. I'm looking at it, and it's a Sanrio thing. Huh, interesting. I don't know what the last one was. Not Duke of Death. The
All right,
one before
and
that
your
one.
jury winner for Best Romance is
I'll look it up in a second.
Shinigami Bochan, the Duke of Death and his maid.
Oh.
And the public
okay.
winner is Horimiya.
Really? Wow, okay.
Now, I find that there's a couple different ways to do romance, and one of them is kind of like a will they, won't they, right? It's obviously two people, and then you see if they're kind of like blossoming relationship. And then there's those like harem-y, like pick a girl type of shows, like Quince's. Which do you guys prefer?
You mean like harems versus like focusing on the romance?
Oh, it's a movie again.
Yeah. It's tough, right? Because I mean, harems on one, I think
Some of this one,
you
by the
have
way.
more variety, and even if the main character doesn't like go for the
Who's
character
my
that you
A1?
like, you'll find a type, right?
2020.
And it's always, I think it's what's important with these kinds of shows is
Probably
attaching
in
to
the
a
States it
character
was
and like, you know,
2021.
enjoying their interactions and presence and stuff. You know, there's a chance or likelihood with the with like a single focus, you might get more development and stuff and an actual progression. But if you don't like some of the either of the characters, then it might be difficult.
That makes sense. Yeah.
That's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I would definitely agree with that in a lot of ways, but I think past me would have been like absolutely on board with that, but nowadays I'm also in the camp of I just want to see a relationship. Like I want
yeah, for sure.
What the?
Yeah, like personally for me, Horimiya was my favorite from the year, so I'm happy that one got the public vote.
Now, speaking of like seeing a relationship, I think that actually is one of the main draws of Shinigami Bochan. I haven't heard of it. I think it's like a little bit lesser known. Nax, would you mind explaining it? Nax is our juror, by the way.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Anyway, yeah, sure. So to sum it up, Shinigami Bochan is basically about a duke, Bochan, who is cursed at a young age so that everything he touches dies. Every living thing he touches dies.
It's like a worse version of King Midas, huh?
Yeah, basically.
Well, I guess if things are gold, they're still dead. But you know, in this case, you don't have the gold, so it's just.
Yeah, unfortunately, you just have a corpse. But basically, he gets ostracized by his family and gets sent off to some manor in the countryside. And one of the only people who goes with him is his maid Alice. And basically, the entire show is kind of how they interact with each other and have a relationship with each other that doesn't have any physical intimacy at all. The jury really liked this relationship between Alice and the Duke. It's at first when you first see it, it's like, oh, it's just gonna be another teasing anime. She's just gonna tease him. He's gonna get flustered and whatnot. But it actually is a lot more than that. Like, yes, the teasing has comedic purposes, but
Okay.
the plot having Bochan not being able to have physical intimacy with Alice leads the teasing to have a much more emotional meaning. Like, this is how they interact with each other. This is how they display intimacy and their emotions with each other. And the jury really grabbed onto that because we really liked that. And on top of that, too, Bochan's cast, I think, was probably one of our jury's favorite casts out of all of our nominations.
Okay.
We really like, again, the main relationship between the Duke and Alex. We also liked a lot of the side characters. Case in point, the two witch characters that show up, Zane, who is kind of like the side character, confident man that inspires Bochan to be more confident around the rest of the cast, and Cuff, who is kind of like the super serious character, but deep down is just like a childlike character. One of the highlighted scenes we had about Bochan is like a Christmas episode where someone's disguised as Santa walking in, and she's just like the super serious character, just flailing her arms, saying, "Oh my God, it's Santa!" And we really enjoyed like moments like that. And all the characters of the cast kind of bring something like that to the table.
I was wondering about Duke of Death. I know it's based on a manga, right?
Yes, that is correct.
How do you think you don't have to give spoilers or nothing, but like, do you feel like it's hanging on needing more, or is it kind of like this season is perfect, if we get more, cool, if we don't, it's also cool? How do you feel about that?
It's definitely leaning more towards there's definitely going to be more, like another season or something like that.
Stop spoiling, please.
Season
yes.
1 covered a lot and showed a lot of progression in the plot, but it's definite that they're aiming for more later on in the future potentially.
Is it a satisfying ending though?
It is a pretty satisfying ending for the most part, but we are also excited to see more from this series.
Hoping there's more. Yeah, I gotcha. Cool.
Ember, I know that you've watched Horimiya. Could you explain what exactly the appeal of it is? So Nax was talking about how they show their love in Shinigami Bochan through like the kind of like teasing. Horimiya has something similar, right? There's like for some reason, the one thing I remember is that there's some kind of like masochism.
That's one. That's not really a big part of the. That's like just sort of a running gag that popped up every so often. But more so, it's just like these two characters, like through chance, like run into each other, and they just kind of immediately hit it off, and like they develop a friendship, and they get into a relationship fairly early in the series.
That's
so
good.
You get
I
a
want
lot
to
of
see
time
that.
to see how they navigate.
I like
that
romance
ground.
like that more.
as like how
Than,
do we do this? How
romance
much do we share with each other?
they
and so
become
on and
into
so
a
forth.
thing.
And aside from that,
later.
there's still some other. If you're into the more like will they won't they relationships, there are other characters in the series that have that as well. So if that's what you're looking for, it has that for you too.
I mean, that's a good balance of everything that we just talked about. Thank you for that illumination. And thank you, Nax, for coming by and discussing the jury results with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
All right. And hey, that's all of our genre categories. I
right.
know it was a little scuffed, but I want to thank both the audience for watching and for both of you guys for coming by to hang out with me today.
Genres.
Thank you so much for having
done.
me. That was a good time.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah. You can catch Ember again at the official Anime News Network channel, and you can catch Shapes at Caribou-kun and Shapes.
Yeah.
See ya.
Go
Bye.
peace.
See ya.
All right. Due to some time constraints, we are going to actually move on to we're going to move on to the character categories, but in the character categories, we're going to move on to VA specifically. So joining us are our guests for VA.
I'm confused.
One
What?
moment while
Why
I
are they
grab them.
moving?
Literally grab them.
I mean, I understand. Like,
Is it okay if I don't have pants?
Oh, I gotta watch where I grab you then.
uh-oh.
Okay.
He has no
I'll
pants.
aim
Watch
for
out.
the torso up.
No, we signed the contract. You
Oh.
agreed
Well, that
to
ain't
grab there.
Falco.
You're not backing out of it now, okay?
I mean, there is the
Listen. You already twisted
VA
my nuts on
already?
the slice of life genre. All right.
I mean, like,
He
what's
sounds
a
like his
slice of life
avatar.
that isn't all about
Oh, now it's blurry again.
fearing for your life?
Yeah,
That's a
of
slice
course.
of life.
My favorite part, my favorite part of the winner's slice of life, that moment we all can identify with. is when I got
144p
shot in the
Avatar
chest
True.
Chasing after a woman in a tiger mask at a Mardi Gras. We've all been through that before.
It's
I'm glad that
classic.
the audience could identify with that
Classic.
very humble,
That ain't
very
Falco.
real part of existing in this world.
We're not gonna send that.
Give me one moment while I look through some things real quick. This is Sean Chiplock.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. I can't see what chat is saying, but I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. I have been enthralled looking through all of your
Oh, he's enthralled.
decisions that were definitely made over the course of this.
Or
week.
definitely made.
That doesn't sound like you really like our decisions.
I
Yikes.
think everyone is entitled to their
Their own
opinion.
opinions. Yes, of course.
I also know that there are lots of differing opinions, and that's why some of you live in poverty.
Well, just to introduce our guests real quick, we've
what?
got, of course, the ever venerable Sean Chiplock. Sean Chiplock has a storied career as a voice actor, starring in such roles as Spider-Man. That's right. Step aside. It's Tom Holland. Who?
Spider-Man.
Yes, I do voice Spider-Man and his alter ego in Marvel's Avengers. So if you guys are enjoying that game, I hope you're enjoying my performance. But I think we're more here for anime. What would they have known me from anime?
Let's
if-
not
if
do
they have
copy
good
pastas.
taste?
I don't quite know. Maybe Natsuki Subaru. Huh?
Oh, that's right. Maybe I
Subaru.
shouldn't be on the voice actor panel for this one. Well, or not the panel, but like the commentary for this one. I feel like there might be a
I'm not
risk of
here for
bias.
anime. I know. I'm only here
I
for
mean, like,
Western TV
you know,
shows.
I love you more for your role as Purple Yam Cookie anyway. So
Purple
there's
Yam
there's
Cookie.
Shun Imai in Odd Taxi
What
as
the
well,
heck?
which ironic considering its recent victory. I have to admit, when I watched that show originally, I said, if this gets a dub, I hope I get to either voice Shun Imai because he's just the endless
Dog
optimistic
barking
that I
again.
tend to be, or Tanaka because he is as addicted to gacha games as I am right now. I'm literally running bosses on one of my gacha games while I do this.
one of
Oh my
those.
gosh,
I was
yeah.
like, either I'll scream with joy or I'll scream in revenge or vengeful anger. But I'm very glad I got to be a
In
part of it.
vengeful
Now,
anger.
hopefully, our next guest, Megan, is not as addicted to gacha, or at all, preferably.
All right, no gacha
she
here.
is Megan Shipman, a voice actor and ADR director. The fact that she has played
ADR
everything
director?
from Alba in New Game, Attack on Titan Sasha, to recently Akebi is a testament to her talent.
Oh, she plays
Also a
Akebi?
testament is that I've heard her yell out the word defenestrate and still have it come across menacingly. So welcome and thanks for being here.
Hi, and you said you hoped I wasn't addicted to gacha, but
Oh,
my
no.
bank
Oof.
account when I rolled for Zhongli would prove otherwise.
No.
Genshin, boo.
Oh,
But it was so worth it.
You're writing
C6,
it off on your
baby.
taxes, though, right?
Oh, absolutely. C6, baby.
What the
all
heck?
way. Let's go.
Zhongli
Man,
simp.
I couldn't handle any game that asked you to pull multiple of a character just to upgrade that character. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Just getting them
Nope.
once is hard enough. You want me to pull them 6
Don't do
times?
gotcha,
No,
kids.
not
True.
happening.
Absolutely me.
Imagine,
I will.
Imagine if that was how anime worked, where it's like, if you watch the episode the first time, you'll get the base story, but if you want all of the extra scenes and the background lore and like a special character interaction, you have to watch the episode 15 times.
Well, hey, I mean, I don't condone my behavior, but I enjoy it. So.
Imagine if that was the only way to see all of Case Closed, was to watch all 1,000 something episodes 5 times each.
Ew.
There's one last chance
Ew.
to save us from this gotchaness.
Ew.
It's Rose Bridges. Rose Bridges is a musicologist and writer with a number of articles published on ANN and in Macademia, as well as the author of Yoko Kanno's Cowboy Bebop soundtrack. Rose, we briefly talked about this
what the
last year,
heck?
but is it not quite yet time I get to call you Dr. Bridges instead?
Oh, I think she's still muted.
Because she is actually a PhD candidate.
We got a doctor here.
Yes, in musicology. Is that correct? Does that exist?
Yep.
What is musicology?
There you go.
Time to look that up.
Please tell me I am not the first person to say that's a noteworthy achievement.
Thank you. I've people said that before, but I always appreciate it. It always makes what I do feel more valuable, because it is really strange to have to
Musicology.
explain it to like normal musicologists who study Beethoven or something. A lot of them just do not understand what I do, so I always appreciate it.
Literally the study of music. Okay.
Well, we're gonna
I'm
rewrite
not
things. Oh, good.
bridges quite yet. Sorry.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Someone's
so
calling
I'm
me,
not,
guys,
I'm
so
not
I'm
a
gonna
doctor
mute
quite
and
yet, but
just enjoy
May,
it.
I'm planning to graduate, so
I am crossing my
next
fingers.
year. Thank you.
All right, we're going to change some things up a little bit. We're going to move on to best voice acting. Especially in animated or rendered mediums, voice acting is really a large part of bringing things to life. It is what gives Chisei from Dynazenon the nuanced blend of franticness and listlessness, and it's what tempers Rivali's pompousness with a begrudging respect in Breath of the Wild. Here are your nominees for best voice acting.
The nominees for Best Voice Acting: Aoi Yuki as Biwa,
そこに追っかけここに追っ詰め馬より取って引き落とし
Aoi Yuki as Kumogo,
あれなのか今ネットで流行りのあれなのかいやいやいや違うと言ってくれ
Tatsumi Tanizaki as Vivi,
100年後の AI のくせにそんなこともわからないの
Maya
生かさず
Sakamoto
殺さ
as
ずとはまさ
Mayumi
にこの
Dojima,
こと私の意見もそんな風に潰されたいいな意見ではなく
Natsuki Hanai as Vanitas,
俺は医者だヴァンピール専門のな俺は彼女治しに来た
Tomokazu Sugita as Rudius Greyrat,
つって俺を誘惑するやついやいや心の持ちようでどうにかなる時期はとっくに過ぎたんだよポジティブになったところで絶望が加算される
Yukari Tamada as Vika Furude,
Alright, I don't know why Aoi Yuki was on there twice. Like, he's fine, but like, I don't know. Rudy's voice actor's super good.
Yuki
I like
Kaji as Eren Yeager,
Yuki Kaiji is always fire. I love Yuki Kaiji.
本当は帰りたくないだけだ
Yuki Ono as Lewis,
Yuki Ono.
肉食と草食ではなく
I like his voice. It's
もっ
very
と
smooth.
複雑で明確な二つ
Yusuke Kobayashi as Subaru
こ
Natsuki,
こが俺とお前の最後の勝負だ
Subaru
こ
Natsuki.
の集会で俺は必ず聖域を
I like
屋
Subaru's
敷を
voice actor, yeah. He's fun. I know, adult Rudy. What about kid Rudy?
And as it turns out, while we do have a winner named Natsuki, it is the person rather than the character. The jury winner for best voice acting is Hanae Natsuki as Vanitas in
Okay.
Vanitas no Karte, whereas the jury choice was Kaji Yuki as Eren Yeager in Attack on Titan, I believe, the final season.
That is correct.
I'm sorry,
Although-
Shingeki no Kyojin.
Shingeki no Kyojin. Which, ironically enough, I don't think is actually the final season. I think the story is not finished, which is, they can do whatever they want.
All right.
While I have you and Megan here, what I always wanted to ask is that people tend to really value range in voice acting. I feel like very often we kind of gravitate to just choosing who has the best range. But sometimes the role doesn't always allow for that. How important is having the opportunity to showcase range? And does that necessarily mean that a role that showcases range is better than one that doesn't?
Do you want to go first on this, Rose or Megan? Whoever is. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I feel like everyone, like I can speak for just like us, like I feel like it's probably true for Japanese seiyuu as well, where I feel like everyone has their bread and butter. Like whenever I get auditions in my email, if I don't audition for the girl next door, I'm an idiot because like that's my bread and butter. I mean, it's Alba, it's Akabi, it's all those girls that are just like I love life and I'm so happy. That's them. And so
that's them.
But that doesn't mean that those roles, I guess, are any less I guess can't give you range. When I think range, I don't necessarily think like, oh wow, I can do a deep voice and a little girl voice. I think more just emotional range. So just even if it's something that is my bread and butter and in my like my normal set, I feel like there's still so much potential depending on the writing of a show.
Hanai Natsuki, I know that name, but I forget
like how
what else
on
he's
the
played.
emotional journey you go on. There may be like I think a great role that and that's in a range that I don't normally get to do was Eripio in Budokan, and like that was just my voice and I was just screaming about idols, which is like kind of my everyday life anyway, so that was great. But like but there's also like range there, but emotionally. So I don't know. I feel like even if you have a character that isn't necessarily like, wow, that's the same voice I've heard over and over again, I feel like it's I feel like the emotional range is more important than like what kind of voice you're doing.
Even on top of that, like, it kind of touches on, as actors, voice acting is more than just, now I'm happy, now I'm angry, now I'm sad. We understand what emotions are, we understand what it's like to feel them, and what's more important is being able to display emotions in a believable way that the
he plays Tanjiro.
So, if
that's
a character
why I was like,
tends to, like, 90% of the time be very smarmy and sarcastic, but that's what fits within the narrative because of what they offer to the story, then that's not necessarily anything wrong with that. A big example is Case Closed. The main character of Case Closed, his entire purpose is to figure out these clues, win a battle of wits. You're not going to often see cases where he's crying or angry or going through all of these, big emotional shifts like we might expect from other series, but the show is still insanely popular because those people tune in, they watch that show for that specific reason. So Natsuki performing as Vanitas, giving their character the personality that they have, as long as they can capture that character's
Is it
purpose
actually
accurately,
Vanitas? I thought it was
that is what the
Vanitas.
audience is tuning in for. People tuning in to listen to Yuki Kaji as Eren Yeager, they appreciated the moments of seriousness of the character, perhaps the moments where they feel despair or hopelessness. It's not mandatory for them to cover the whole gamut of human emotion in order to be effective as a character. What matters is that the expression or the emotion that they're showing in that scene, in that context, matches with what we, the audience, expect or are hoping for them. And so that's where they happen to stand out.
Maybe I'll look...
I mean, I don't think I could have said it better than that. So
yeah. Differently, because
Yeah.
I always just think of it like
Why don't you
range
write a
high and low and
dissertation,
stuff.
Sean?
Yeah.
Because this is just my excuse for convincing directors that I might be a good choice for a role.
Oh, okay. We got hoodwinked.
Ooh, okay, good.
That's funny.
Take notes then.
Take notes.
Get my notepad out.
The public chose Eren Yeager as their winner, who has a little bit more of a nuance. Like in this season, he's kind of taken a turn in terms of character. Yeah, is it kind of tough to portray that kind of morally ambiguous or kind of conflicted character?
I think what's interesting is I know a lot of people might sit there and go, like, I feel like as anime fans, we all go, oh, look, the public picked the popular show again, like
Yeah,
we all have like the top whatever the public likes. Like right now, everywhere I go, I see Demon Slayer. But it's like, but this season of Attack on Titan for Eren, I think is so interesting because he's so different from previous seasons. I think that is, and I think that's what makes this particular season with Eren, I think, really, really interesting because it's just such a different
That is true. Like,
Aaron.
when you've had
Okay,
multiple
okay.
seasons of experiencing a character a certain way, if in another season or if in the final season they just happen to be radically different from everything you've come to know about them, that's almost like gonna psychologically imprint on us because we've almost built up this expectation, this assumption of what they're gonna be like, you know, just more of the same. And then when they completely subvert that expectation, it sticks in our
I like
long-term
these
memory
explanations, but
because
man,
it
they're
was
long-winded.
something that we weren't prepared for and we had to process it very suddenly.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe it's just me,
remember
but I
with
just,
Attack on Titan, like getting to that point in the
it's just
manga
long-winded for
where
me.
there's this sudden age jump with Eren, and thinking, oh boy, that's going to be interesting to watch in the anime and see how they portray that. Because yeah, he's suddenly a different character, like not in a way that doesn't follow from who he used to be, but when you're suddenly a lot older and you suddenly have more, you know, life experience, it change.
I think we need more of that in Western shows. I think we need a season of
Yeah.
SpongeBob SquarePants where SpongeBob and Patrick go through a time skip, and we just see them like 17 years in the future. He's got like overgrown hair, kind of like that one guy from Fire Emblem Three Houses.
The Kickstarter for that will be up tomorrow. So our juror for this is Chrysalis. He is here to give some insight. Can you talk a bit about how the jury ranking process went?
This is
and
the
what you
guy who
looked
said
for?
no spoilers.
Yeah. So we took a long look at all of these contenders, but we focused a lot on how the voice actor embodies their character, but also the charisma they reflect in their performance, which is why we have Hana Natsuki so high, because he has a really charismatic way of speaking and managing his voice and volume really, really well to really capture you and sort of immerse you into the world of Vanitas.
I gotta watch that
And
show
then I
too.
see
I watched
here
the
that
first
you wanted
episode.
to talk a little
Pretty
bit on
good.
Rika. Could you talk about her just a real quick second?
Rika,
she's from Higurashi.
let's go.
Which is this kind of notable series. It aired a while ago, and then they did almost like a reboot, but ended up not being a reboot. Can you talk about a little bit about their intricacies?
Yeah, so the performance for Rika was pretty interesting within the jury because we sort of had two different factions for Rika, where we had one group of jurors who felt she was really, really good at performing two different types of performances with a more mature self and a more childish sense of self, while also sort of playing into this reserved speech pattern and managing to capture this older era style of speaking. But we also had a group who felt like, particularly when she does the more childish side of Eureka, she comes off a little bit artificial and is a little bit grating at times. So it became this pretty hot discussion point within the jury, but more people tended to lean towards the positive side of Eureka, which is why she plays so high in the end.
Well, I mean, thank you for that insight, and thank you for coming by for Best Voice Acting.
Yeah.
Bye, Chris.
Yay!
Bye.
Bye.
All right, that was Best Voice Acting. Thank you so much to our guests. They're going to be staying, except for Sean, who unfortunately does have to go. But we
Rip.
enjoyed having you for what little time we did.
No, no, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for inviting me back. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the awards. And God, what a good time period for anime in general.
See you
Like,
later.
just the options that we have every year. I
Nipa.
remember growing up, you
Yeah.
know, during the
I
era
like
of
Rika's
Toonami,
voice actor, too.
when it was maybe like 4 or 5 different shows that were talked about tops in a given period of time that spanned years. And now we get like entire dozens to look at every like couple of seasons. I just think it's really cool that we've got this whole medium that's slowly being taken more seriously and being embraced by a wider audience in general.
True,
Yeah,
true.
I remember I would fall asleep at night and wake up at like 2 a.m. and like the Big O would be on, and that's what I'd be
Big
watching.
The George Lopez show had to be my favorite anime of all time.
Oh my gosh.
The best, honestly.
You know, like what could compete, and we should just stick that here.
George Lopez walked so Corey in the house could run. But, all right, take care,
Amen.
y'all.
Bye-bye.
George
Bye,
Lopez
Mom.
goat.
All right, we're going to take a really brief intermission, maybe just about 3 minutes or so, and we'll be right back for the rest of the character categories. Thanks
All
for
right,
watching,
here we
and stay
go.
tuned.
3 minutes break. 3 minutes break. You know what that means. Time to do something else. Oh my gosh, this music's really loud. It's loud on my end too. I don't know. Let's just look at Mal, I guess. I'm planning on streaming this too, this little thing, because they're interviewing both this guy, who's an animation director for WIT, and then this guy, or animation director for Production IG, and then this guy for WIT, the president. So I'm probably going to be live streaming that as well, and that's on the 25th. I asked some questions, and I want to see if they get answered. And I'm just curious about, like, the animation industry itself, you know. So we're probably going to be watching that as well. How do y'all watch such long series? I know, honestly. I watched all the initial D, but it took me like a couple years. Take breaks from shows, bit by bit, along with other shows. I watch long series at such a steady pace. Yeah, this is the girl from Canon. You ever seen Canon? I like long series, I do, but man, long series is like, it's kind of long, honestly, you know. Yeah, I added some things to my list, so. Okay, we have 50 seconds anyway, so we're done. We're done here. I like this lo-fi beat. Lo-fi beats to study and dance to. No, JoJo's spoilers, don't look. I'm hiding it so you guys can't see it, it's fine. I'm here for the people. Can I like, oh my gosh. Can I like move it please? Timer's done, we back. Hashtag back. I'm gonna close chat for right now. Alright, I guess we're not back. Oh, no, we are back. Welcome to the chat room. It says welcome to the chat room every time you go like this. Oh, that's how we'll get rid of it. Easy. Just spam the welcome to the chat room thing so that we don't see that spoiler. Alright, they're back.
All right, and welcome back. We're going to move on to the start of our character categories. You know,
Okay.
at the end of the day, every dramatic story needs an equally dramatic character to drive the plot forward. Here are your nominees for Best Main Character in a Dramatic Role.
Alright, best main character in a
The
dramatic role.
nominees
You guys
for
ready?
Best Main Dramatic Character.
Best main dramatic character. Oto. I love I a lot. Except Wonder Egg kind of sucks afterwards. Alright, we're good now.
Aaron Yeager.
Eren Yeager.
Hiroshi Odokawa.
あんた生まれはどこなんだ
宮崎
I love Odokawa.
ちょっと宮崎民謡歌ってよ
庭の
歌えんのか
Joe.
Joe. That's it.
Rudius Grey Rat.
If Rudy wins, I'm gonna laugh. He's great. He really is. But people really don't like him. In this chat, at least.
Shinji Ikari.
Shinji!
それに後でマリさんが迎えに来るだから
同じなんです
Vivi.
だったら私がその仕事とやら
Vivi.
聞いてましたかあなたは致命的なエラーを起こして
それは前の
I like
私でしょ
Vivi. I do.
私はディーバ歌
それ以上に
Yatara Yaguchi.
Yatora! Let's go!
声で全員殺すそのためなら何でもする
Let's go!
Right, so your jury winner for Best Main Character in a Dramatic Role is Shinji Ikari, and the public vote goes to Eren Yeager.
Aaron. Always.
Eren.
Eren Yeager.
Eren
So
Yeager.
Interestingly enough, Eren won Best Antagonist at the Crunchyroll Awards, which I don't think that's what an antagonist is. You can't be the main character, you're showing an antagonist. But I can see where they're coming from.
Can.
Oh, can you?
Death Note.
Oh yeah, you definitely can. I think he. Oh god, what's the term for it? I can't. You might remember. You might know Rose, but I can't.
Villain protagonist of a
Yeah.
TV system, anyway.
Yeah.
I was thinking like Death Note. I would call Light.
Well, Light is still the protagonist, though, right? Even though he's a little.
Both. You can
He
be
is
both.
both,
I think.
honestly, yeah.
He's both. He's the villain and he's your protagonist.
Yatora 8th?
I mean, technically,
Garbage.
Like,
This is a garbage.
He's the protagonist, so the
Garbage
antagonist to him is L, or later other people. Spoilers for an anime from the last decade. But but like he's also the antagonist to like audience. You know what you're supposed to think.
Do you like those sorts of characters and watching them in shows?
Me?
Both of you, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when they're done well, they can be really interesting. I think Eren counts as one because, like, at the point of Attack on Titan we're in, like, we're not rooting for him, and he's bringing the conflict and making things worse. So, like, I think you could count him as either protagonist or antagonist. I think it's interesting when the stuff is debatable. I think my take
Her
on
mic
it
is rough.
Have protagonists you're not sure if you're really supposed to root for. You know, you're not sure that you should watch what they want. And I think there's a lot of like live action shows that have been like that. Mad Men, Breaking Bad, Succession is the current one. I think there are several characters that count as that. But you know, it's maybe not as common in anime, but I think anime does it really well when it does do it.
Especially since you guys were mentioning it before, how we've been with these characters for so long, and we can see where they're coming from. We can see that shift, and then you still have the connection to them, so you still want to root for them, even if they are kind of you're mixed about what they're doing, right?
Yeah, I think that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, for me, I think like it is that thing where for Eren, like again, we all kind of I feel like roll our eyes and we're like, oh, look, it's Attack on Titan again. But
Eren is actually a great
the beginning
character.
of this final season, this first part, it is so interesting because I mean, and I haven't read the manga. I mean, I know what's kind of gonna happen. I don't know. I haven't really read the manga, but it's very interesting to see the public pick it. But I also am like, it doesn't make me go, oh, it's just because it's Attack on Titan. I do think in this particular season there is like this really cool like he's kind of become this anti-hero, and he's like, and you don't really know what his motives are when you first see him. So again, I think it's a really interesting choice for this particular.
That could be a good,
season
an interesting
of
video
Attack on
idea. I'll
Titan,
put it down actually.
because it is interesting, and Eren has just become such a morally gray person by this point.
Wait, let me put that
That
down.
it is kind of interesting to watch. It's not just like, oh, mystery and whatever. It's like,
I love
no,
Eren.
why-
He's such a good
I want to
character.
know why he became this
Such
way.
a good
so yeah, I think
character.
it's interesting. So
I do too.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think what also makes it so interesting is the fact that he started out as a more standard protagonist, and you've sort of seen this negative character development.
Oh my gosh, her
over
mic
the
is
course
so
of the
bad.
show, which I think like even a lot of the examples that I gave, the other examples of stuff like that, like maybe not Breaking Bad, but like they're characters who kind of started out not great. Like in Death Note, like Light shows signs of becoming who he's going to be like from the very beginning, and so I think that the fact that Eren was a more straightforward shonen protagonist who gets worse and worse and worse, I guess.
He's actually
I
been
think
the
that's
same
a
since the
particular
first
kind of,
season,
like,
which is
you
interesting.
really feel kind of really sorry for him that he's gotten there, but you also don't want him to do what he wants to do. It's just a really particular kind of antagonist arc that I think can be really well done.
My quality's still better than
At
last
the same
year's
time,
E3.
I don't think it's quite surprising to
Rip.
see Shinji take the jury pick
yeah,
either,
no.
right? I mean,
Oh,
like,
no.
culmination of an 8-year wait of very highly anticipated.
Shinji in this movie was actually pretty
and,
good.
You know,
I'm not
like we
gonna
already
lie.
we already know what happens to him at the end of the original Ava. So
yeah, I do. I mean, it's not really a surprise to see Shinji. So
Yeah.
Yo, if Mari wins anything from
Yeah, both of these are
Evangelion,
kind of populist
Nah.
picks, but sometimes things are popular for a reason.
well, Aaron just turns
And,
cringe.
and speaking of that, I kind of want to
What the
bring
heck?
up something that might be a little less popular. It was kind of like part of the Gestalt. I don't know if I'm using that word correctly.
Gestalt?
It was Wonder Egg, actually. A lot of people in my circles enjoyed it, but it's not really like one of those like Odd Taxi, Attack on Titan type things. Aki Pender was our juror. Hi, Aki.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm really excited to see you.
Nice to meet you. Really excited to see you. I'm Max Pender.
Can you explain to us exactly
Did you hear that?
why I got second?
Yeah, so I got second.
said the iron joke.
Largely because of the strength of like her particular arc. There are a lot of comments and
I like this
complaints
guy
that can
already.
be levied at Wonder Egg, particularly with the direction of the overall narrative. But as far as just looking at Ai's role in the story, it's both compelling and straightforward, and honestly pretty gratifying with how it progresses over the course of the series. And we see as she begins to move past Koito's death and embraces her new friends and finds solace in that.
Whoa. Oh wait, no. I guess
Thanks
that's
for
not
that
really
insight.
much of
Any
a spoiler.
questions
That came in the
about the
first
rankings for
episode,
Aki?
so that's fine.
I don't really have any.
Wonder Egg
But
was
yeah.
good.
They seem pretty
These results are
but
pretty
then
good.
it wasn't. That's sad.
Okay, I mean, I think you're a little biased, aren't you?
I am. This is actually literally the final ranking that I had, so was pretty happy with this category.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. We're gonna move on to best main character in comedic role. Bye, Aki.
All right,
See you
best
later.
main character in comedic role. Let's see. Here we go. I'm ready.
So I have these little scripts that I write for the intros for all these, right?
Okay, yeah.
And I don't think this one is my best, but
Okay.
I'm already here, so I gotta go with it. So
I'm already here,
I
so-
apologize in advance.
All right.
Being dour makes one sour, so let's not waste the hours and unleash some flower power. Here are your nominees for best main character in a comedic role.
The nominees.
Let's
for
go.
Best main comedic character. Gintoki Sakata.
Why does he look that small? What the heck? Okay, Gintoki. I hope he doesn't win.
Hayase Nagatoro.
Oh, it's Nagatoro. Gintoro or Gintoro. What the heck?
Katarina Kleiss.
Oh, Katarina's so good. She's so funny.
Kinji Ninomiya.
Oh, it's from that show that I don't know. Renge! I love Renge. Renge's fire.
その子も喜んでただろう。
Shoko Komi.
I like Komi, but she makes me sad. Out she goes.
Tai Yamada.
Out of everyone, okay, I guess Tai Yamada's like she's funny, but like
Toru.
なるほど。つまり必要なのは
Toru. I like Toru.
小林さんには私が必要とされている。私の全力でこ
Look at that animation! Oh my gosh, I'm dying already. This is longer than I
Your
thought it was
jury
gonna be.
winner for best main character in a comedic role is Renge Miyauchi.
Let's go!
The public chose Gintoki Sakura.
Okay.
I don't
guess
think
that's not
these are
surprising. Yeah.
especially surprising considering that Gintama is this like really beloved series that like ended really recently, and Gintoki is one of the main draws.
Renge
Yeah,
is so
Gintama has
funny.
been like I haven't watched yet, but it's been on my watch list like forever. I'm just always intimidated by the really long ones.
It's very
See,
long.
I got some really good advice from a friend where it's just like watch one episode a day, and like over time
Yeah.
it kind of adds up, and then
Actually,
you're
yes,
able to get
that
to
is
it.
true.
Yeah, I've done that with non-anime. Like during the pandemic, I watched a lot of stuff with my parents. I watched The Wire. Finally, after living in Baltimore for an extremely long time, and Star Trek Space Nine. And that was a good strategy for that. But yeah, with anime, I always want to binge, and then I get overwhelmed. Again, it's just spend my butt to watch one forever.
I'm trying to find some funny things.
I mean, you talk about Gintama being long.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's like the longest. but yeah, I think that's a good idea when I get to Gintama. But I've always had friends who really liked it and have said that the comedy's really great. And so it's always sort of been on the long runners, like near the top of my list of one I will eventually get to.
Now, can I say instead, there's a
This
series
is
out there,
funny.
it's
I like this.
1/10 the length, and it's got the lovable Renge Miyauchi in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Collapse is our juror. Do you mind elucidating to everyone who exactly Renge is and why she's so good? Yeah.
Well, we see
That's
Renge
so
as
good.
like one of the best portrayals of a child character that it has existed in anime. We think that the way she interacts with her environment, her chemistry with the rest of the cast, and just even her solo skits are just fantastic. They are really soothing. Calming,
Nanan Biori
really
best
funny.
show, so good.
There's rarely
Probably gonna make a review on
skit
it
with Renge
eventually.
that is not hilarious.
She's hilarious.
I think kids in general make such good comedic characters just because they carry such this kind of like innocence and kid logic is superbly funny at times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think anime. I feel like it's also really hard to do a kid character well because it's really easy because they're being written by adults to have them very much through this like lens of adults and not have them feel like an actual kid. It's really remarkable when you get an anime that does that right.
Yeah.
And what I'm surprised at is that one of these characters, you may not be aware of this, but one of these is like kind of voiceless. Like they don't actually have any lines. They're
Tai
just kind of
Yamada.
So she's in Zombieland Saga.
Yeah.
And her name is Tai Yamada. She just kind of like groans and groans a lot, but she still managed to break it into the top half. Could you explain that, Collapse?
Well, Yamada was its position 4. She wasn't as praised as Renge or Kinji, for example, but she was still very appreciated as one of the main cast of Zombieland Saga. We think that even if many people will see it as a meme choice, but many people say that she has had some growth from the first to second season. She has been a more supportive character of the rest of the zombie girls. And she also has a lot of what we call background humor. Like when the scene is focusing on something else and Tai is like smashing her head with the wall and things like that. It's just really funny to see around.
She's pretty funny.
She had her own episode where we saw her interact with her community and how their chemistry is established. It was really nice.
Real nice.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of why people like her so much. It's just like background humor. They're like, well, the rest of them are acting like, I guess,
This mic is killing
relatively
me.
normal humans, despite being zombies. She's the
no,
one
it's fine.
acting like an actual zombie and just like funny facial expressions or actions while something else is going on.
All right, and that's best main character in a comedic role.
Beep
Thank you so
boop
much
lag.
for Collapse for giving us insight into the jury process.
Yeah, thanks for having me again.
All right, we're ready this time.
Goodbye. All right.
Goodbye.
I don't know why I said that with such disdain. I love Collapsed. Okay. All right. Up next
Goodbye.
is best supporting character. Our juror for that is Kai. Hi, Kai.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Everyone always talks about Batman, but I, for one, think the true hero is Alfred. He's the one that encourages him, heals his wounds, and supports him to the best of his ability. Here are your
Support.
nominees for best supporting character.
Support gang.
The nominees for Best Supporting
The
Character.
nominees for best support.
Goo Goo.
What is this from? To Your Eternity? This looks like To Your Eternity.
Hajime Tanaka.
Oh my gosh, she is so good in Odd Taxi.
Hikage Miyauchi.
Oh, this is I like her a lot actually. Hikage is hilarious. If Mari wins, I'm gonna
Illustrious
cry.
Makinami.
Mari's not a character. She's just not interesting. I hope the anime character wins. I do too.
Matsumoto.
Matsumoto's fun, and you learn more about him as the show progresses.
Otosuin.
Oh, I've heard Oto's good. Gotta watch that. Yo, Rudyard is so good, but I like Eris a lot better. I think Eris is a little better, but they're both really good.
Ryuji Ayukawa.
Ryuji, my man, who's not like dressed as a man, but is a man. I like him, but he's not that in.
Alright.
Well, he's okay.
Your jury winner for Best Supporting Character is Ryuji Ayukawa, and the public chose Rudyard Superdia.
Okay.
A lot of Rue names. Huh?
A lot of Rue.
No, so
good job that
what
Marius
exactly is
eighth.
the purpose of a supporting character? What makes a good one in your opinion?
I think a good supporting character is, I mean, they need to be memorable, because a good supporting character is someone that you remember, and you actually really love, even though they may not be in every episode. They're not the focus, but they contribute to your overarching story.
I like Ryuji a lot, but
maybe they,
I like the
help your
teacher a lot more
or
in the
force
cram
them
school,
to
and there's another
grow
character I like
as
too.
they go on their story arc. So to me, a good supporting character is someone that ticks all those boxes and isn't just forgettable, or isn't just there to be oh, I'm the perverted friend or whatever. Even though those can be funny,
Wow,
but
what the heck?
it needs to be someone that really is meaningful. And I think when you have a character that's oh, I love this character, but they're not the main character, I think that's what really gives you that.
Okay, Rudyard,
that
yeah,
memorableness is what makes them
I feel
special,
that for him,
even though they
like,
may
a
not
lot.
be, the star of the show or anything like that. So
Yeah, I think when you have a main character, especially a strong main character, I think you run the risk of having it be too much from their perspective. I think supporting characters add a lot of necessary nuance, kind of challenging views or the cherry on top of a show, especially when you have strong and memorable ones, like you said, the ones where they come up on the screen and your eyes kind of light up,
and you're oh my god, yes, they're here. Well, and also in shows that have big casts, let's just go with Promise Neverland, because there's 1,000 kids in that show.
There are.
But there's characters in that show that I still remember, and I was oh my god, yeah, I love that character, and I remember kind of what their deal is, and what they added to the story makes them memorable. Maybe they made introduced a plot twist, or said, oh no, we can't do that because this, but yeah, it's something that's I think a great side character is someone who you remember, and that does add and doesn't really detract from the story. It's somebody that adds to the story and is just there to
Mari
move the story
snubbed.
along, but
Not
in a
at all.
great way, in an effective way, not just oh,
Mari
that
was
person's
horrible.
just clearly just written to say this thing so that we can get exposition or something.
Almost like NPCs in a video game, right? They're just there
Right,
for
right,
their intended
right.
role, and then they move on.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes a good supporting character can be that. They have not to an NPC degree, but they have a very specific role in the story and they play that role really well. But I think the ideal should be you're imagining in your head how the story would be different if it was told from this person's perspective. And I
almost they're their own hero.
Yeah,
Their own
because everybody's
hero.
the hero of their own
I
story.
need a hero
and
to
in their
save
head, and so, but not necessarily to the extent that it feels like a mistake that it wasn't told from their perspective, because that implies some maybe problem with how compelling the main character is.
Mm-hmm.
But that, you'd be interested in hearing it from their perspective. But I think a good anime manga example of this is for a few years ago was Bloom Into You, where there was the girl who was who was interested in one of the girls, but she was obviously the romantic rival. She wasn't going to end up with her, but she was a really interesting character in her own right, and there ended up being a manga that was from her perspective. And
boy.
so, and that I really like.
I gotta
that.
get into Bloom Into You. Heard it's good.
Kai, would you mind explaining exactly if Ryuji Ayukawa from Blue Period exhibits those qualities? Is that why she won? What exactly was the reasoning here?
Ryuji's a
Well,
he.
yeah, absolutely, and I want to go off both of what you said is 100%, because Ryuji does embody that kind of quality of challenging the main character while simultaneously having their own arc that's kind
Mhm.
of like a main dramatic minor
Well,
situation.
maybe Ryuji's a they. I don't
They
know.
perform admirably in both of those roles. So for the cast, or throughout the course of Blue Period, Ryuji is kind of this background and a more minor and interesting character in the beginning, but doesn't have the main focus. And then midway through, you get this moment with between her or them and Yatora of you don't really know me. You don't even know who I am or my life.
That scene
or
is
anything
really
about
good.
that. And it leads in this way to this whole self-discovery arc and this whole back and forth of both Ryuji and Yatora going off and having this kind of figuring themselves out moment. So
Yeah, this Anime Awards
it's
has
both
been
a
long.
dramatic
I wasn't
arc and
expecting. I
both
thought it
a
was going to
really
be an
cool
hour
foil
long.
to the main character.
But I've been here for 2 hours already.
That's great. I mean, I think that really shows what a supporting character can do. They almost provide like an inciting incident, like this like pivot point from which to move on forward. I mean, again, thank you so much for the insight, Kai.
My fault. Sorry.
You know, would you mind?
So
I heard that this year was like so stacked. Supporting character is such a massive category. Like it's kind of hard to get everything in nominations. I believe you
How long do you
barely
really
missed out on
chicken wings
like
and
Chief from Megalobox. Is that correct?
Yeah, that one was one we had to give a shout out to because we hadn't watched Megalobox until the nominations had come and gone. So regrettably, I do want to just shout
what
out
happened?
Chief because his arc in Nomad was absolutely fantastic. So
All right. Well, thanks for coming.
I
by.
gotta watch Nomad. I watched the first season. I didn't really like it that much.
Wow,
but
rude. Didn't even say
but
bye.
The second season's pretty good. Wow, rude.
We're gonna move on to best cast.
Oh, best
returning
cast.
juror for cast is someone who's been here before. It's Eggman. Hello, Eggman.
Hello, Eggman again. I like eggs and I like men.
Best cast.
It's not true.
We've already talked about the mains. We've talked about the supporting. Let's put them all together in some kind of weird stew. Here are your nominees for best cast.
I do like eggs, but I do not like men.
The nominees for Best Cast.
Agretzko.
Season 4.
Who's gonna win this one?
Fruits Basket.
Fruits Basket has
The
such
final.
good characters. Oh my gosh. If this doesn't win, I'd be very surprised.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
I think this is gonna win public vote because it's way too popular.
Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Oh, Dragon
S.
Maid has a good one. too. I like all the cast in Dragon Maid.
Mushoku Tensei.
Mushoku Tensei. The cast for Mushoku Tensei is really good too. What could win? I don't know.
Odd Taxi.
Oh, Odd Taxi is a good cast too.
ReZero. Second season.
I don't know the
Part
second
2.
season cast.
にしても間違いなくブチ切れると思ったのに。
Zombieland Saga.
Oh, I
Revenge.
love Zombieland Saga. It's so good. What's going on?
And your jury winner for best cast is Fruits Basket: The Final.
Okay,
And the
not
public
surprised.
chose Mushoku Tensei.
Okay.
Now,
Mushoku
Rose,
Tensei, we got
I
one,
believe
yeah.
you were a fan of Fruits Basket. I know you watched the
Odd Taxi's
original.
second on both of them.
Have you
Yeah.
seen the newest one?
I have, and I've read the manga. I'm a pretty big Fruits Basket.
Yeah,
Can,
who
can
isn't
you
a
illuminate
big
exactly
Fruits Basket fan, I
why
swear.
what the jury might have seen in the cast?
Yeah, I think so. Fruits Basket. I think one of the key things about Fruits Basket is that for all the other things that it is, you know, a shoujo romance, etc. It's really a family story, and it's a very the multifaceted nature of abuse within families. And I think a lot of why that gigantic cast works so well, they all have different relationships to that, kind of like the anime version of Succession, but also not in like any other respect. That's a very specific one. But it illuminates some of the very many different ways that people are abused, that they respond to abuse, and it does it with all these different characters who are also people that you're going to like and identify with, and be into in their own right.
Wait, Arya the Crepsicola has a great cast.
I mean, the whole Zodiac thing.
Man, I
whatever
want to
is
watch it
your
so bad.
sign,
Crepsicola.
you have a character for it. I was excited to get this. I'm the horse.
Oh, sorry.
Never showed up in the original anime. So I was excited. She's one of my favorite characters. To have her be here in this one. And it's but I think like the fact that you could talk to like 5 Fruits Basket fans, and they're probably all going to have a different character, a different favorite ship, all that sort of thing. I think that really illuminates like why this cast is so rich. Like everybody can from it. It's all equally valid.
Yeah, and especially with such like a big cast, it's it can be unwieldy and it can be hard to balance the proper focus between things. So it's really satisfying to see that apparently Fruits Basket does it so well. Yeah, Megan, you were in Fruits Basket. You were
I was
Momo.
Momo.
Right? Yeah, Momo.
I was
God,
Momo.
Man, I was so like stoked because I love Fruits Basket, and I'll just tell this story. But like I was so excited because like in the first season or whatever, you see Momo in the building where Toru works, and all she does is make like a little sound because she hides behind her mom. But I remember like one of the specific scenes that when I was like reading Fruits Basket when I was like in middle school or early high school, I remember that scene with Momo and Momiji that happens in the last season of the new Fruits Basket. God, I that was like one of the first times I read something and I just cried because it was so like impactful. And so when I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be Momo, I was just so excited. I was like, I don't even care. Just the fact that I'm getting to do that scene, I was blown away. I was like, oh God, and it was crazy, like full circle crazy moment. But no, I think it is like it's such a large cast of characters. But Fruits Basket has a really it's written in such a smart way where you start out with just Toru and just Kyo and Yuki and Shigeru, God, what's his name? I can't remember his name. Whatever his name is. But
Shigure.
yeah, Shigure. Yes, Shigure. I was like,
Oh my gosh, Shigure is so good.
But it starts there, and it very smartly does this. It has this way of like expanding the cast of characters in the smartest way. And the first way is Toru just wants to meet all of the Zodiac characters, and she gets a chance to. So you get to initially meet every single Zodiac person, and then from there you get to really dive into, because Toru then becomes like emotionally invested and genuinely becomes friends with them. You get to then explore each character. It's such a smartly written thing. And then when they did this new season, I was just so excited because I was like, there's no way like they could they could have messed it up, but they really didn't. They were really smart about how they did this new season. So like I just think like it's such a great cast, and the way they're all written is great. The way the audience can remember every single one and have different favorite scenes, and it really shows how great the entire cast of characters is. So
yeah,
and that's
I
great
also
to hear.
love
I mean, just considering that, Fruits Basket is kind of this like really nostalgic, really like I'm a millennial, and when I was growing up, that was like anyone would talk about back in like high school. So to see it like get like a faithfully recreated reboot that is apparently super good is next to here.
Supposedly, yeah.
Yeah.
It was,
the first season
I
was good.
To binge watch it. I would binge watch it because I couldn't be sad every week. Because I was like crying every time I watched it, and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna wait for like 5 episodes to come out, and then I'm gonna watch it because I can't go do this every week.
Boomer.
So I'm the opposite. I have to do it episodic because I feel like if I digest too much of that show, I'm just like, too much in my feelings. Like it just hits
Oh,
too
yeah.
close to home,
Fruits Basket
and
has
you're
some
just
very
like
good stories.
like emotionally like
That is
can't handle
for sure.
this much of this. Like as much as I love it, like I have to take it in
Right,
small
yeah.
chunks.
Yeah, definitely.
And that was the same reading the manga, but yeah, it was like one of the big shoujo of like.
Oh my gosh, I didn't think this would be
Fruits
so
Basket,
long.
Like War on High School Host Club. Like, those
Oh
are the-
yeah.
Yeah, and I
Yes. Now, Eggman, just to give the jury perspective, would you agree with everything that's been said so far? And then could you also talk about some of the other top-rated nominees for the jury?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. I really like, Megan, you made a point about how Toru's there, and like it's at first she's just meeting all the Zodiac people, and we kind of learn that she's kind almost to a fault. And that's like a big part of the cast of Fruits Basket, is that the characters aren't perfect. They have flaws and they have to overcome them. As far as
I love that point about Toru, just because she seems like she doesn't have flaws, but her flaw is being too kind.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like because I think you have to talk about her individually when talking about this cast too. Is that like she like doesn't, even though she is like so self-sacrificing, she never feels like a generic nice shoujo girl. She feels like a real person you might know who has that particular flaw, and it's just like, oh, but I think it's really important to have someone like that, because she's sort of this. She represents to all these characters this possibility for forgiveness and someone to listen to you and give you a shoulder to cry on, and that you don't deserve what happened to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as the other nominees go, Odd Taxi obviously got second in both the public and the jury. We loved how all the plot lines eventually came together, and
That was sweet,
especially supporting character nomination. What's his name? The gotcha person, Hajime.
Yeah, Tanaka. Yeah.
Yeah, he just seeing his like very realistic story that people can relate to in some
Gotcha,
respects. That was great.
All right. Well, I mean, thank you for the insight, and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, next category finally.
All right, we're almost done with the character categories, except the last category is not exactly a character category, but when you got the soon-to-be Dr. Rose Bridges on, how can you not have her guest for OST?
Okay.
One of my favorite content creators, CGP Grey, once called music cheat codes for emotions, and I tend to agree.
Okay.
Let's see what achievements the shows you nominated for Best Original Soundtrack.
Uh-oh. We got Frozen. I gotta refresh. Uh-oh, this is not looking good. Peeps. Oh, come on, load. Oh, I think everyone is effing. Okay. So it's not just me then. Okay. Whoops, them. I meant to put then. I can't edit it, I don't think. She's so smug. Look at that smug. Oopsies. The stream died. This is a large F. First internet problems, now this. I like the look that she has in her face. Yeah, it's funny. I'm actually gonna screenshot that. That's some funny stuff, boy. Alright, we gotta save that in my files. Snoop. There we go. OBS crashed. It'll be back in a bit, okay. Jazz bad or jazz good? I like jazz. You like jazz? I like jazz. I do. You know what that means? Time to look at the You Like Jazz video again. Here we go. Him saying it a billion times.
You like jazz?
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? This is on my liked videos playlist. This is so stupid. Alright, that's enough. There's another one too. The switch click sound. Snap sound. Where is it? Where's the 1,000 one? Okay, there you go. 1,000,000 times.
Your jury winner for best original soundtrack.
No,
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Okay.
We yeah, okay. Hi, we're live. You guys, it's original soundtrack. What do you guys need the stream for? Just like, like listen to it, like hear it in your head.
I know, just listen to it with your ears.
Here are your nominees for best original soundtrack.
The nominees for best soundtrack.
Best soundtrack.
86.
86's soundtrack is good. Hiroyuki Sawano never misses, I swear. I love 86.
Bakuten.
Bakuten had some fire songs too. I like Bakuten a lot. I didn't finish it, but it was interesting,
Mushoku Tensei.
I like Mushoku Tensei's soundtrack, honestly, but I don't think I'd put it as a win. It's okay.
Shadow's House.
I don't even remember the Shadow's House soundtrack, I'm not gonna lie.
Shingeki no Kyojin. Final season.
Oh, Pog. Pog.
Sunny Boy.
Oh, yo, you're hearing this song? Woo!
Vivi. Fluorite Eyes Song.
Oh, Vivi's soundtrack was so good. So good.
Wonder Egg Priority.
But I'd give it to Wonder Egg. I did give it to Wonder Egg for Anime Awards. Great. Alright, here we go.
Okay. Your jury winner for best original soundtrack is Sunny Boy, and the public chose Attack on Titan: The Final Season.
Okay.
Now, Rose, what I'm about to say might wound you a bit mentally, but unfortunately, I don't think many casual watchers may be aware of just how important or special music can be, and just kind of see it as like something in the background. You've written in the past about how it can like shape a series and have thematic depth in and of itself, depending on its utilization. Like, could you just briefly explain something around to that effect?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, I teach basically a lot of what I teach is, how to listen to soundtracks. But yeah, I mean, even for me, it was something I had to learn how to do. Skill. It's like how it's the same way that noticing like
86 was good.
Or, very
Wonder Eggs
fine
was also
visual
real
aspects
good.
of filmmaking is also a skill. But yeah, I mean, the thing about the emotions
Dog
part,
bark.
I think part of it is that one of the many things the soundtrack does is sort of gives you a clue into how you should feel. And they've done studies actually that if you can, the same scene where if you put like romantic music versus creepy music versus something in between, like people will interpret it totally differently just based on changing the soundtrack. So that's a really important way I think that it plays a role. But you can also make thematic connections, make references to other stuff if it's music that's else. Like there are a lot of different ways. You can use it like in a leitmotif kind of way, where there's a theme that's associated with a particular character or idea, and so it coming back and hints at like presence to them if they're not actually on screen, that sort of thing. So there are lots of ways that music can be used to add meaning to
I like
an
music
anime
a lot,
or
honestly.
any piece of film
I
or
want to
TV or
compose,
video
maybe
game.
at least try it.
Yeah, I mean, what really stood
Kinda
out to me
fun.
about some of reading some of your writing is that you talk about how audio and visual, a lot of times audio is almost considered beneath visual, like less important.
Yeah.
And then there's certain works that really challenge
Wano.
that
True.
idea.
True.
Yeah.
To talk real quickly about the jury winner, Sunny Boy. Sunny Boy actually had the pleasure of Shinichiro Watanabe, famous for Cowboy Bebop, but among others, himself joining as like a music advisor.
That's
I know the
interesting.
soundtrack of Cowboy Bebop was by Yuko Kanno, but
Yeah.
considering you've interviewed the man himself, what are some
Yeah.
of his tendencies when it comes to track selection?
That's cool.
Yeah,
You
well,
interviewed
so the role of music supervisor, for those who don't know, is basically what they do is they're sort of the go-between between the rest of the production committee and the composer. So they're the one who sort of comes up with the sheet of like, this is what we want you to do. We want you to do music in this particular genre, or we want you to do music for like this particular kind of scene, like an action scene or romantic scene or whatever. And so this is actually how he explained it to me or to the interviewer.
There's us,
in
guys.
the interview. So straight from the horse's mouth. But yeah, so that's a thing that he's actually done quite a lot on anime for other people before.
The duality of
particularly,
man.
Sayo
Sunny
Yamamoto
Boy's always good.
now
Sunny
best
Boy's so
known
bad.
for Yuri on Ice, but he worked on her previous two anime, Michiko and Hachin, and Lupin the Third, the woman called Fujiko Mine, as the music supervisor person. And
I don't
so,
think Skate's OST
yeah,
was that good. I think it was okay.
Sunny Boy is really interesting to me because of the fact that it doesn't have like
Super
one
Cuphead's
composer.
some
It has
fire
a bunch of
songs
different
still,
people
but it was
working
all
on
classical.
it.
So.
And kind of the way that Space Dandy was approached, but like with composers.
Space Dandy.
And so I think it's really but you can notice patterns in it that I think are kind of emblematic of what he does. Like he has genres that he likes. There's usually a lot of jazz, hip hop, old rock, that kind of stuff. But I think also he just has this. He really likes sort of eclectic soundtracks that really fit whatever very specific thing is going on or very specific story. And I think Sunny Boy definitely exhibits that. It's very eclectic.
Thalu, could you talk a little bit about if that's what the jury was thinking? What exactly made Sunny Boy stand out above the others?
I'm sure, yeah. So I think one of the biggest factors, which you already mentioned, is the diversity of the soundtrack. As you said, there's a lot of different people composing for this one. And one of the nice parts is that there's not a whole lot of reusing of the soundtrack. So if a track is used, it's ingrained into that specific moment. That being said, there's only about 20 or so tracks on the entire OST. So the usage is very important. And I think that one of its strongest points is that the silence of the show, there's a lot of it. Some episodes don't have any music that plays, so it relies on the incredible voice acting to carry the show. But when the music does hit, it hits really hard. And I remember specifically episode 8 has the longest usage in the whole show. I think one of the tracks is about 10 minutes. So it really stands out, and it's a very personal episode too. Also quite a specifically instrumental track compared to some of the more insert songs that they have.
What's he talking about?
These are the things kind of the jury considers. It's not just, does it sound, is it a hype song? Is it fitting of the mood? Does it integrate well into the show? Does it complement things? So yeah, there's all sorts of things the jury is accounting for.
Rose, your recent article in Macadamia is actually it's focused on Ikuhara works, but you focus on the idea of this the musical moment that is also talked about by Amy Herzog. Would you consider this kind of like seemingly like really constrained usage?
I like
of
all this talk, I
these
really
tracks in
do,
this
but
OST, that's really small OST, kind of like along that's
very long-winded, I'm telling you.
Yeah. So people know, like, the musical moment is this idea of so usually we pay more attention to visuals than audio than other than dialogue when we're watching a movie or a TV show. Musical moments in a good order pay more attention to music. So most commonly that's musicals. And some of the stuff that's talked about, like duel scenes in Utena, or at least they're put on equal footing, but the music is a lot more important, or something like Yuri on Ice during the skating scenes, as sort of these sort of musical number type things. But I think that, like Watanabe definitely has a lot in his arsenal, where he works well. That's definitely, I think with those sort of like, whenever you have a sort of really extended one particular cue, which, that doing this, he also does in the jazz, episode, even Galleon notably has that with like you can't not pay.
I mean, thank you so much for your insight. I have to say, before I read this, I wasn't really, you can kind of get a feeling of what's going on, but it's hard to put terms to it, and I think giving it a name really helps you look for it in the future. Yeah. Thalu, would you mind just talking a little bit about what do you think the draw of the public nominees or the winners are?
Of the Attack on Titan winners?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'll have to admit, I know he's not the only composer working on it now, but I've always kind of had mixed feelings on Hiroyuki Sawano. But I think a lot of that is, like, his stuff works really well as soundtracks because it's just so well suited to whatever theme that it's in, and emotionally cueing you. It's not stuff that I enjoy as much listening to on its own, but that's not really the point of it is where it is in the, actual, work. And so I think that his stuff has always been really excellently used for that, and particularly in Attack on Titan, it's so much of like the power of those action scenes come down to that music.
Yeah, I have to agree there. I think what really helps Attack on Titan is that Sawano is he's kind of established the sound of Attack on Titan at this point.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of tracks that are reused from earlier on that people absolutely adore, and I do quite enjoy his instrumentation and composing. As you mentioned, a lot of the tracks actually aren't even handled by him.
That's what I've heard.
Yamamoto is now one of the main composers. Same with 86, who Sawano was also on. And for the jury, they weren't as enthused by because it's a very wide OST. There's a lot of tracks, so we kind of, you don't want to say it's like none of it is bad. If it's nominated in here, it's a good nom and it's worth it. But they weren't as overly enthused by some of the extra tracks. So stuff that would be playing in like a mood scene in the background rather than like a hype moment, for example. Besides Attack on Titan, Mushoku Tensei, quite good. I think it was very fitting of the setting. It really hits that fantasy vibe. Some of the instrumentation with like the heavy presence of flutes and things like that.
It's fine.
Really good, as well as the lack of an OP, and instead playing like a montage and having specific sounds and songs for that. Really nice. So I definitely understand why the public would be impressed by those. I think there's a thing that the public likes, hitting those hype moments, or if there's like a really sad moment, you want to be truly devastated by it, and I think they do really well in both those regards.
Yeah, I think both Attack on Titan and Mushoku Tensei are like good examples of, you can see why it stands out to people. Mushoku Tensei is one where I'd love to like see the production of that soundtrack, or any of those sort of like Celtic-y type soundtracks. Like, I'm curious specific instruments they're using.
I like how they get professionals to grade these categories. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like what recorders you're using. And this is just like super nerdy of me, but yeah.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for Best OST. I mean, thank you, Thalu, for giving your
thoughts.
That
took so long. Best OST.
Yeah, no problem.
And that's the end of this section. So I want to say thank you so much to the wonderful Megan Shipman and Dr. quote unquote Rose Bridges.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was really fun last year, and I had a great time, and I'm so glad you guys asked me back this year because I'm a nerd and I like talking with you guys about this stuff. So, and it's always fun. It's always fun to see like how some people might think really critically, but also it doesn't make a popular choice invalid either because there's just so many different ways you can view things that it's like, yeah, this is really great from a critical standpoint, but hey, this thing was really hype and I loved that. So it's
like
great.
500 shows. I think the last time I googled this come out in a year. So to be nominated to be part of like the quote unquote like top 8 or top 10 is a huge honor. So.
Yeah, well, I love what you guys do here, and I love how you guys really. I think I feel like there's just gonna be more and more like awards shows popping up for anime, or they're gonna be featured more, and I always love you guys, all of y'all's choices because you guys pick some shows that maybe aren't like don't get as much attention, I guess, or like might feel underrated to people, but so I kind of like that you guys really dig deep and really go through everything or try to go through everything that came out this year. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's the whole point of these awards. They were almost created on the basis of giving everything a chance. So we really appreciate it.
Hey, well, thanks for having me back.
Yeah, and enjoy the rest of the show, guys.
You too. Everything she said applies to me too. Thank you.
All right. Again, thanks to Megan Shipman and Rose. I mean, such wonderful people, aren't they? And so insightful, so smart. For now, we are going to go on a quick break, just another like 3 to 5 minutes or so, and I'll see you back for production.
Another quick break, guys. You know what that means. I don't know, something. Man, this is long. Wasn't expecting it to be that long, but it was okay. Oh, here's a funny video from Black Dynamite that I found. Well, it's really quiet. Oh, here's Kirby with a gun. We'll do this one instead. Look at him shoot that gun. Yo, that's some funny stuff, honestly. That was something I liked a while ago. Yeah, I have a bunch of Hololive stuff on here, so. Here's another good one. I like this one a lot. This video is so good. It's so stupid. Isn't that a video? This song that my sister's boyfriend showed me, and it's so catchy.
Granny cream, hot butter, ice cream, take a hot butter, mix it with the ice cream, freeze it up cool, you can see it on your screen. Put it in your microwave, make it real hot, like a soup or a dip. We call it heat and sip. Very tasty and healthy too. Granny cream, hot butter, ice cream,
take a hot butter.
Granny cream, hot butter, ice cream, take the hot butter, mix it with the ice cream, freeze it up cool, you can see it on your screen. Put it in your microwave, make it real hot, like a soup or a dip. We call it heat and sip.
Granny cream, healthy too. Granny cream, hot butter, ice cream. but they're back soon, so we're done with that.
Like, did you get that ping?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the. Hi, welcome back.
Now I can.
And it creams. Sure, yeah, whatever.
We already
Whenever
covered
there's a break,
some
I'll
production. We did
take something.
voice acting and OST, but here comes visual production.
Now presenting Visual Awards.
Visual Awards. Okay. Dun 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 dun.
You know, I think the big question that we have to answer here is: will anything dominate the categories as much as Violet Evergarden did in 2018, where it won everything but OPOD? OPOD?
OPOD.
Let's find out. But first, we got some wonderful guests for you, and it's all their first time doing the awards, so please give a warm welcome. We've got Far, Replay Value, and Yoshi Kirishima.
Yo, everyone.
Yo, everyone. I like his accent.
Hello and welcome to the Our Anime Awards.
True. I am here.
Yeah, Replay, you might be a little bit familiar with already.
Oh yes, we know he was in Jeopardy.
Unfortunately, disconnected in the middle of Jeopardy at the start. That was awesome.
Oh, no one remembers that. It's okay.
True, very true. No one does. No one remembers that. This is a
ice cream.
With more international collaboration happening in anime, Federico and Tomoruso, or Far, does the all-important job of coordinating and acting as a liaison between Japanese and overseas animators. They translate from Japanese to Italian as well as Japanese to English.
Yeah, that's right. I'm stumbling upon recently also the job of the animation producer, and I am having a lot of fun on that too.
It sounds like a great time. Meanwhile, Replay Value is a content creator dedicated to, in their own words, breaking down narrative mediums to figure out what makes a story tick or just plain suck. In one moment, you could be watching a 23-part series on just Hyoka, of which there's like an hour-long video in there somewhere.
What?
Or a shorter but just as insightful delve into just one episode of Star Wars Visions. Welcome to Replay.
Glad to be here.
Hello, Replay.
Thank you for reminding me that I need to update my my channel trailer. Although who knows if I'll ever upload again. Wilson, you did suggest that after this I'll be dead, so maybe I won't have to.
Okay, let's not take me out of it. Even in context that was bad, but finally. Yoshi Kirishima is a member of the animation circle Mochi Kairi, and they've done work on notable productions such as Idolmaster Voyager, which was nominated in a later category, Princess Connect Season 2, and Zombieland Saga. So welcome to the awards.
Hi, thank you so much. Happy to be here.
First of all, we've got Best Animation. This is really what you've all been waiting for. It puts the anime in animation. So let's find out what does that.
Anime
nominees for Best Animation.
Animation. Let's go. Who's gonna win?
Best Animation.
I don't know, honestly.
Heike Monogatari.
That looks nice.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Alright, Jujutsu Kaisen looks phenomenal, so I wouldn't be mad at this one.
Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
This also looks phenomenal, so I don't know.
Mushoku Tensei.
Wow, they cut at the best part. Mushoku Tensei's animation is fire too. Look at him stab the snake.
Skate the Infinity.
Oh, I love Skate. I love Skate, I really do.
Sunny Boy.
Sunny Boy. Look at how smooth her run cycle is. Like, that's some good animation.
Fluorite Eyes Song.
I like Vivi's animation a lot, but for some reason, it just looks really choppy to me. Like, look at this.
Wonder Egg Priority.
Oh my gosh, Wonder Egg's animation is phenomenal. Oh, this isn't even the best scene from Wonder Egg. Alright, let's see, come on. Something good. I know. Wonder Egg was good. Take the hot butter. Mix ice cream.
Far.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Here we are.
Here we are. Yes, that is true. I am here. Excuse me?
And so, your jury winner for Best Animation is Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid Season 2. And the public chose Mushoku Tensei.
Okay.
Yay! So,
I don't hate
Mushoku
that.
Tensei, I can't say I'm exactly surprised about. I mean, if you just look at like the Sakagaburu clips alone, it's got some pretty crazy stuff in there. What do you guys think about these choices?
I feel like Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is a very well-deserved award, especially because it really shows that Kyoto Animation isn't dead at all. That Kyoto Animation is still a very important,
I know, yeah.
if not the most important force when it comes to high-quality television anime, which is something that, I mean, it still exists to this day in general, because there are a lot of very, very interesting animated shows this year. But when it comes to consistency of both the Sakuga Kantoku side, so the animation supervision side, but also when it comes to the actual care there is in every aspect of the animation, really, from interesting takes on the original character designs, as well as very high quality in between animation. Dragon Maid is definitely the strongest one, and I honestly think that only them can do something like that. And like, even if we have a lot of similar, I would say, a lot of similar approaches that kind of try to mimic what Kyoto Animation does. And for example, Wonder Egg was definitely like a good example of that. It's not really that anyone else can pull it off. So it's definitely something that I feel very, very happy about. When it comes to Mushoku Tensei, I think that Mushoku Tensei is well deserved too. Even if we are talking about a production that had like its own struggles and its own low points, even if the overall quality, I would say, was pretty good, and definitely had a very interesting approach when it comes to the overall designs as well as the supervision.
Yeah.
What always stands out to me about Kyoto Animation shows is that they're always just so much like extra, you know, like when other shows would be like maybe fine with just doing lip flaps or a simple like walking cycle. Kyoto Animation goes the extra mile to actually put some movement in there, and you know, and like when there's like a music show, they like get the right fingerings and stuff, and like show the little nervous ticks.
Exactly. I think that when in another studio you can call something like movie level when it comes to the quality of the overall staging and the overall animation, as well as the studio there was in order to properly pull off certain actions. Their Kyoto Animation, even today, even in their awful condition they're in, when they lost a lot of their more important staff members, some for obviously like the terrorist attack, but some of them decided to go into freelancing, they're still able to pull that sort of stuff off. And that's really something incredible that really makes my heart like beat so fast, because it's really like it's really big middle finger against everything that happened. They're still there, they're still doing the best job they can, and no one
like
else can really replicate that.
It's like a defiant cry, like, you know, you did not
absolutely.
Yoshi, being an animator yourself, like how hard is it that some of these cuts look or are to do?
Yeah, definitely. The mid-dragon ones, especially like the action ones, they're very, very hard to do. And something that Fresh said that they do very well and is a little bit underappreciated is the in-betweeners. KyoAni always excels in the in-betweeners, and usually it's not too easy to notice the difference in quality. But even so, they always put a ton of care into every frame, so it just looks very consistent all the time, which is definitely very hard to do.
Orvin, would you mind illuminating exactly what the jury was looking at when they were deciding these rankings?
Well, when it comes to rankings, it was pretty clear from the start, I would say, at least when it comes to like the top 3 choices, because we were knew from the start what public gonna prioritize, but at the same time we were slightly unhappy that actually Vivi got nominated and not some other shows. Like for example, Dynazenon and Bakuten was also in contention, but they didn't make a cut. So, and by the end of it, top 3 were pretty clear. It's with Maid Dragon was presenting probably one of the most consistent and like expressive, and in terms of just sheer variety of stuff that Kanye managed to pull off in this season in particular, even compared to season 1. And that was something we all appreciated. And then when it comes to like the middle section of our rankings, they were really close. When it comes to like 4 through 7 place, it basically could go either way for this show. Some people prefer one show, some the other, but we're looking overall in the consistency, in the quality of individual cuts, and maybe even some personal preferences in animation styles and different animator expressions. So basically these rankings could go pretty much, if they're gonna be swapped, we were gonna feel like pretty much the same.
So they're all pretty close. The one didn't like far and away outrun the other.
I'd say when it comes to like 4th to 7th place, it was super close.
Okay. Far replay, Yoshi, any other questions for the jury member?
Yeah, Orofine, quick question for you. Would you say, so I think that for a lot of people, like lay people like myself, we look at action scenes and we're like, ah, yeah, that animation is slick, right? Like we see insane VFX work from studios like UFO and we're like, ah, yeah, that animation is crazy. Would you say that the jury tried to like bias against this, and would you and is that what you think is the main difference between the jury ranking versus the public rankings?
I don't think we're particularly biased towards
hello.
An action animation or
watching the Reddit Anime
character
Awards
animation or anything
right now.
like
They're
that.
just explaining stuff.
It just mostly comes down to the fact that
imagine being a film major with no money.
Not just
imagine
like,
wearing a lens and then having it be this much money.
Action just a part of it, and when you see the shows
really
like
does.
our first places, like One Direct Priority and
Look
like
at
even Maid Dragon. Maid Dragon has amazing action scenes. You've seen the Maid Dragon action scenes actually. Like my favorite Maid Dragon action scenes is actually not
too much.
The one that like probably all know about Toru and Elma. Actually, my favorite scene was the dragon scene when you have dragon form Toru and Elma fighting each other. Hand-drawn dragons in the animation is real rarity to see overall, and Kanye could pull off something like that. And this is what always impressive to see. And when it comes to public, they generally prefer this hype moments. They prefer
video
effect
kills you every
this
time.
is
It's so
something.
funny.
This is why shows like Mushoku Tensei, shows like Jujutsu Kaisen, they on the 1st and the 2nd place. And we will like what these shows doing as well. There's a lot great stuff in these shows on display, but still we felt like in some other aspects
I love this video, it's so funny.
Consistency when it comes to some character acting that was outside of the action wasn't on par with our top members.
I mean, thank you for the insight. It definitely makes sense to me that Mushoku, like, it goes crazy bombastic at times, but the low points are a little too low for you, I suppose. Well, I mean, thanks for coming by and giving us your thoughts. That was really insightful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to Best Background Art.
All right, Best Background
For
Art,
this
here we
next
go.
one, we'll take backgrounds and push them front and center. Here are your nominees for Best Background Art.
The nominees for Best Background Art: Heike Monogatari.
I wouldn't be surprised if this won the jury vote.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
I don't know about this one. This one's okay, but I don't think I like Jujutsu Kaisen that much for this one.
Mars Red.
Mars Red's getting some nominations. Honestly, I thought the show was horrible.
Mushoku Tensei.
The background art for this show is phenomenal. So good. Everything about Mushoku Tensei is great. Well, besides all the perverted stuff, but like besides that.
Sonny Boy.
This looks like it would be good background art-wise.
Vivi. Fluorite Eyes Song.
Oh, Vivi. I love Vivi. Vivi, Vivi, Vivi.
Vlad Love.
I don't know what this is. I'm gonna look it up.
Yuru Camp Triangle. Season 2.
Yuru Camp Triangle. No spoilers! I'm not finished with it yet.
And your jury winner for best background art is Sunny Boy, and the public chose Mushoku Tensei.
Okay.
Now, what I want to talk about is in previous years, we've considered cutting background art, but it's surprising, at least to me, whenever we tried, like we put out a poll, and we're like, hey, we might cut background art, what do you think? We always got like a huge amount of pushback of like, what do you mean cut background art? How important is background art?
Vlad Love is this show.
So according to
It's the one by
most people, background art
Mamoru
really does a great
Oshii,
job
the guy who
like
did
immersing you into the
Ghost in
world.
the
It
Shell
tells you about the
and
details of
some
the
other
society,
stuff.
the culture, and the personality of the people. Like
Eurocamp's so close. I know, yeah.
They have in their environment. tells you about
Eurocamp
the
looks
personality of the
phenomenal. I love
characters,
Eurocamp.
which is
I've already made a
really
video on it, so go
powerful
watch it
aspect
if you
of the
haven't already.
production, and I feel like it would be bad if we cut it ever.
Would you all agree with that?
Yeah, especially for fantasy shows. I feel like I would even go far to, as my name is, I will even go far to say that probably you cannot really create a great fantasy anime or a great science fiction anime without great backgrounds.
That
Because
makes
in the
sense,
end, the art direction really is like in animation, in television animation, you don't really have the time to tell everything with
Mhm.
just like the narration and the character action. You have to tell a lot. Also with the
hello there.
environmental storytelling, and like I feel like both Mushoku Tensei and also Sonny Boy did an incredible job with this.
Eurocamp is
Mushoku
coming
Tensei
soon,
in
I'm telling you
particular, I
guys.
feel like it
The
really
review.
is able to
You'll see it
kind of
eventually.
overcome the usual issues that there are for setting for world building and setting building in normally Sekai anime, exactly thanks to the prop design work and the background work, which is more than just stellar or brilliant. I would say it's very thoughtful as well.
This is a bit of like a tiny bit of a leak, but just to
Leak?
illuminate,
What?
the public voting numbers for Mushoku Tensei were like 3 times as much as the second place Eurocamp. Like Mushoku Tensei overcame 3,400 votes, and Eurocamp got less than 1,000. So it just kind of goes to show how much of an impact they had on the public.
Mm-hmm. Because it's a good
I
show.
feel it's well deserved.
Isn't that
I would
crazy?
say that the Eurocamp's backgrounds are bad by any means, but they go on a very, I would say, a very dangerous direction that a lot of real life shows are going to these days, which
Mhm.
is the one of simply trying to replicate the sort of feeling you would get by watching intensely photograph of like
Uh-huh.
the same places where the show is located, which is something that I wouldn't say it's necessarily a problem. But when you want to give like a very strong feeling of what sort of atmosphere there is in that place and what sort of feature that place has, you probably need a little bit more, I feel like. And there I feel like there is a very,
can't catch
very
me.
great
I'm the fastest
painting
thing
work.
alive.
But when it comes, for
I
example,
was
to
thinking about
setai
why so
making,
many in the
and when it
radical
comes, for
left
example, to
participate in
trying to
speed
exaggerate
running.
certain
Huh?
features,
The reason is
Eurocamp
the
doesn't
left's
do
lack
that.
of
While
work
I think that
Why
both
go
the
fast
Sonny Boy
rather
and the
than do it
Mushoku
right?
do that in
And
an
it appears
incredible way.
Sonian
I guess that's what happens when you like take Google Maps images and just trace over them. I mean, obviously they're like doing more than tracing.
Hedgehog. Shadow, what the
I
fuck are
mean,
you
like,
talking about?
mostly,
You're a
like,
beta
most,
male, Sonic.
Nichijou Keisho most slice of life show these days do that pretty much. So even if you try to have a more consistent color palette, even if you try to go on
This is a great video.
Like, from like a painting perspective, you try to stay more on the solid side than simply trying to see what you can get out of the photos. You still can lack a little bit of the atmosphere that you can have with reimagining certain spaces. Because in the end, you're trying to just sell into spaces instead of using them as a stage. Which is kind of, to me, it's kind of problematic sometimes when it comes to slice of life shows.
Replaying Yoshi, what really interests me about these is that it's such a wide variety. Like, usually when people think of background art, I think they usually think of like nature scenes, but I think these really span the game. I think Sunny Boy's whole premise is that they get like trapped in like a box or something. I'm not really sure, but there's no nature in there. So what do you think about that?
Don't lie. And they spell disaster for you as sacrifice.
I was pretty surprised
That's
to
a good
see
video.
Sunny Boy win Best Background Art for the jury. I'm probably the biggest Sunny Boy stan on the internet right now. Easily my anime of the season or the year. But I felt like Heike Monogatari had the best background art by far.
I was gonna say that, yeah.
Of anything that I saw this year. Not to crap all over the other ones.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Vivi. Vivi totally blew me away with some of its background art,
Classic.
especially during the second arc.
Snake, are you okay?
Heike Monogatari had some pretty amazing background work, and I think I was just surprised because Sunny Boy had so many instances of just like stark black backgrounds, which I thought were super effective, but I have a hard time giving it best back. I would have a hard time giving best background under.
Yes,
They're playing the song too early.
I would like to be a terrorist.
So the moment when you go from this blank void to like a very saturated the Hatano Island, it becomes like a very wide contrast, and that really
Here's a
affects the
JoJo's
perception
meme.
of the narrative. It like gives you a lot of thrust.
For
And
sure, but wouldn't that be better defined as direction? Because we're transitioning between a stark background to a colorful landscape, and to say that the stark, the single color background, we're only in the first episode is disingenuous to some of the later ones, especially like on the war world.
Black ones are. I'm saying only the black ones were in there. So what happens later on is the Sunny Boy has like monochromatic shots a lot, but these monochromatic shots are like really painterly. You see like stark brush strokes in there, which gives it like really nice depth.
This is the only award show that I've ever seen do this, where they explain why they picked what they did.
High contrast between the top and the bottom.
And it's good. It is.
In the episode 8, you'll see
Man,
there's like a red and gray scale.
I've said it like a billion times.
It creates like
it takes way too long. Just going through the award, telling you what it is, and then going to the next one. Great.
Itself, because it's so.
Now we have a 3-hour award show.
And that we felt was worth recognizing.
Maybe the Crunchyroll one was better.
Heike is very minimalistic.
I said it. I said it.
A lot of the
I did.
times. But we felt there were issues with. There are some pertinent issues with its setting itself, that its interiors are mostly blank, and there's also the fact that it sometimes struggles showing like snow or because there's not enough depth. It can show with its minimalistic style. It's trying to copy styles from Yamato era, which is interesting, but that also has its drawbacks, and that's something we considered for the jury. Yeah.
This is like the most energy the awards have had so far. We're talking about background art, which is, I suppose, is a mirror of exactly why we can never get rid of this category. But we are going to move on to character design, and Addie's going to stay with us for that as well.
All right, character design time. Here we go.
You know, while you shouldn't judge a book,
Let's go.
I think it's more than okay to judge.
Uh-oh. Is this me or is that them again? Okay, it's not just me. Okay. Rip. Oh my gosh. We're gonna be waiting another hour again. We didn't wait an hour last time, but it's already been 3 hours. Just want to go downstairs and eat something. Or like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Sunny boy, more like Sunny bad. I got him. I know. I'm so funny. But you know what actually is funny? Saving 50% or more on car insurance, you know, with Geico. You gotta send this warning greeting to your friends and enemies. When I first saw this video, I was dying. I was like, this is so funny. If you want to send me videos, whatever, send me a video. I don't care. I don't know how much longer this is gonna be. Ooh, my sister's doing her hair right now. Oh, this video is hilarious. I like this one.
Welcome to Skyline. Would you like to try our new chicken tendy and french fry combo?
Hell no. Can I get a chicken tendy combo, please?
Bruh.
That video is so funny. What do you want for Nico? Give Nico to, what is it? Dirty Diana. He likes One Piece stuff more than I do. Especially the characters and whatnot. I like One Piece too, I do. And Nico is fire. I do like her. But I don't know how high she is. I'm talking about this game on Discord. It's called, you use this bot called Mudai. And, it's like this bot where you can roll for waifus and stuff. It's kind of addicting, I'm not gonna lie. It's like a gacha game, but you don't have to pay any money. It's crazy, I know. That's the best kind of gacha game. One where you don't pay money. Oh, actually, I might give you Nico Robin. Maybe. Or I might do something for Nico Robin. We'll see. She's ranked pretty high. What time is it? She's 39. Okay, that's a lot. Wait, it's back? Oh. I didn't see that. Well, I was kind of focused on something else. Whatever.
Vivi, Fluorite Eyes Song.
Fluorite Eyes Song.
Wonder Egg Priority.
愛も先生が好き。
And your jury winner for best character design is Sonny Boy, and the public chose Odd Taxi.
Wow.
Sonny Boy again. Isn't this the greatest?
Cool the character looks, but it actually has a lot of implications both thematically and for like the animation side of things, right? Can you explain a little bit about like the importance of good character design?
Yeah, definitely. So, like you said earlier, the goal of character design, you want to express the character's personality and allow you to understand them without even watching the show or reading anything about it. Usually, you want to maximize the appeal if you want to create like an endearing character, but also like the design needs to fit the aesthetic of the show. So yeah, those are the main points about character design.
And do you think those are reflected in these winners of Sonny Boy and Odd Taxi?
Yeah, I'm actually really interested in why the jury and public like what they saw in these two shows. I don't think the designs are
Odd
bad. They
Taxi
serve
for
their purpose.
character design.
At
Not
least
bad, actually.
from my point of view. And if
Sonny
you look
Boy
at
is
it from the
attracted to
perspective of how much,
pseudo-intellectuals,
effort
honestly.
or how difficult it was to create those
People
character
really like
designs,
Sonny
to
Boy,
fit
but apparently they were trying to describe the
weren't the
story,
most
and they were
impressive
just
to
like,
me.
I
I
can't,
personally would've,
because it was just so
picked
deep.
something else
And I'm
like
like,
Wonder
what?
Egg Priority.
That's not a good thing.
Do you agree with that, Farm Replay? I mean, Wonder Egg God, it's 3. It's not that bad.
Yeah, but like to me, honestly, if I had to like give a little bit of like insight of what to me a very great character designer can do, I would say that Sonny Boy and Odd Taxi I have some aspects of like great qualities. For example, about almost like each Sonny Boy, or each important Sonny Boy character, you can kind of understand who they are from the silhouette alone. Or Taxi, you can say the same, and they go in very like
Give me one
very
second.
like
Enjoy the stream. I got
non-mainstream
to answer a call.
directions. But at the same time, to me, doesn't really feel like they're doing something that original. Especially because for two main reasons. I mean, they are different from show to show. So Sunny Boys basically does what Higuchi does usually. So that sort of like teenage characters with very little lines, that sort of retro aesthetic. And Otaxi, to me, it's a really interesting production when it comes to how effectively it uses very little resources in order to tell an incredibly compelling story. But I would say most of the tactics that it utilizes in that regard, they're very, I would say, they're very basic. You have like characters that you can sort of like understand their personality based on the animal they're based on, with some twists that will play on in the story. They try to stay minimal in order to have very small number of lines, but in the end, they to me don't achieve really something that's
Let me tell you, Sunny
completely
Boy's not
new
deep.
or
It's just
unique.
confusing these
So I
mystery
am,
dating to think
well,
you it
I
is.
would say
Okay,
I am
well,
baffled because to me,
I haven't
as
watched
I
it
said,
yet, so I
they're
don't know
definitely
yet,
quality
but we'll
designs.
see.
But when you have to compare
I'll
them
watch it
for
eventually.
example, the Mushoku Tensei design, the Maid Dragon designs, the Wonder Egg designs, the Eike designs as well, and the Dynazenon designs too, to me it feels like they're definitely they're potent, but they're potent on a very small scale compared to those.
Let me play devil's advocate. Isn't Wonder Egg also similarly like what I wears a yellow jacket with a sunflower on it, and then you've got like schoolgirl outfits. You've got is it monster design? Is it what is it about Wonder Egg?
I feel like Wonder Egg did something incredibly unique in its panorama, which is pretty much that it used the Moe aesthetic to tell a story that was, in the end, about how low is like our perception.
I think Wonder
of
Egg's
what
character design isn't
real
that bad, actually.
14-year-olds
Kind of
are
good.
in the end. And that it did that in a
All
very,
the clothes and all the
I
things
would
they're
say, very
wearing,
careful
like
manner that
it matches the
that tried
characters.
both to appeal that
Okay, it
sort
didn't
of
crash this time.
target, but at the same time, it really gave a lot of more meaning to the character's outfit. And in general, I would say that each line was very carefully planned, but at the same time, what was trying to achieve something greater, even if that greatness was difficult to achieve. And they tried till the end, I would say, and I am quite biased in this sort of like
These last
topic,
two
because
words
of
from
course
jury
I
has
worked
been
on a
sussy.
lot of episodes of Wonder Eggs, but like to me, it really, if there is something that Wonder Egg really was able to pull off, was to create something that, from an aesthetic point of view, was incredibly solid and no one else really tried, even if it was influenced by a lot of different mainstream anime.
Well,
and
Addy, it's a lot of words have been thrown around. A lot of I think I heard the word baffled
Yes.
at one point. So could
Yes,
you
so,
could
yeah.
you maybe give the jury perspective?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. So the thing is, firstly, I should tell you, Sunny Boy was very close with Dinosaur. It just won 4-3. So it was like a very close vote. The thing about Sunny Boy is non-mainstream designs like Iguchi are not really ever presented in anime. Like, it's very rare, and that I think is deserving. Like, it absolutely looks like a magazine. There's minimal shading and stuff like that, and it looks like a pop art illustration completely put on screen moving, and that is very powerful and from an aesthetic perspective. But
Yeah.
even from a narrative level, we felt like most characters were well characterized by just how their uniforms were worn and constructed. And the most interesting thing to us was their eye shapes, which are like really realistic Japanese eyes, right? And that allows for nice ethnic diversity, because Rajdhani has broader wide eyes, right? And it's really understated in a way that you can convey ethnicities just because you're going for this minimalistic realism. And that we felt was another very powerful thing. As for Dynasnon and Wonder Egg were Wonder Egg was always going to be a third choice. There's a lot of issues with it. We felt like the monster designs, as the show went on, became less and less interesting. Like they weren't able to sell the idea of what the monster was representing as a fear. We also had an issue that a lot of the Egg Girl side characters are like really garish. Like Avano, like Kotobuki, who's like Neru's friend, she looks absolutely awful, and that is these side characters are also an issue that we have to judge the whole cast when we are looking at character design. And in Dynasnon, we felt the kaijus were better than the kaijus in Wonder Egg, because you have like the kaiju in episode 8 of Dynasnon, which is like representing fears of himself, right? He's like a shiitake mushroom shaped dinosaur, but it's also presented as a cute thing. It's like it's playing as a twist, because it's the idea is that you have to create trust with kaiju, and that is what the show is playing with, and that's how the designs inform it. And that kind of thing is what we were looking from the monster designs in Egg, but we felt that it was short.
Slam your penis in the car door.
I would say that I agree totally, but at the same time, I don't think those are character design at like. There is a totally different position for that sort of stuff. It will be like valuing the set design in general for a show inside the character design. Like that's not really the same thing to me, honestly.
No. Animation friendliness and like how interesting the designs are in movement and how expressive they are. These were all considered, but it's just that the category is broader than just that aspect. Is what I wouldn't say if somebody had Wonder Egg as their first show of the year, as the best design show of the year, I totally understand it. I'm a big fan of Horiguchi's design, and Wonder Egg is like completely inspired by it, and it plays a nice twist on it. I get that whole idea. It's just that there are specific reasons why the jury chose Sunny Boy over Wonder Egg, and the weaknesses is what I'm trying to explain.
And you can read about all those choices on the website, which will go live at the end of the stream. Every entry will have a lone little write-up justifying their position and what the jury thought about it. But I mean, thank you, Addy, so much for coming on by and providing such a vigorous defense of the jury.
Wait. There's gonna be a write-up afterwards.
Okay, why don't they just say bye? But I guess he was all tuckered out.
Why didn't they just show the award then and then just move on to the next one?
It's time for a category where we ooh and ah about camera movements by a non-existent camera.
If they have a write-up afterwards, they don't need any of this during the show.
Nominees for Best Cinematography.
Fuck, I'm dying.
86.
86 had some phenomenal cinematography. I'm not gonna lie. I love 86. Oh, you see that? Oh!
Heike Monogatari.
Heike Monogatari. This show looks phenomenal, actually, so I think this is probably going to go to the jury vote, as per usual.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen. Would you rather watch and share memes instead? Well, I said that I wanted to do this, so I'm gonna watch all of it.
Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. S.
I like Dragon Maid, I do. Oh, this episode's fun.
Mushoku Tensei.
Mushoku Tensei. This is good too. Look at that.
Sunny Boy.
Sunny Boy. I wouldn't be surprised if Sunny Boy won again. Wouldn't that be crazy?
SSS Dynazenon.
SSSS Dynazenon.
Vivi. Fluorite Eyes
Vivi.
Song.
Fluorite Eyes Song. Vivi does look good.
Your jury winner for best cinematography is SSSS Dynazenon. And the public chose Mushoku Tensei again.
Mushoku Tensei again, yeah.
You're the big cinematography buff here, so I have to have
look at those eyes for the Mushoku Tensei one.
What is cinematography?
They look kind of weird.
so cinematography is in film. Basically everything that the camera includes. The way it's framed, and the way the camera moves. So shot selection and framing are effectively what cinematography is. McCaddy, I was explaining that this category is more like best direction, best compositing, like kind of everything that goes in front of the quote-unquote lens. So apparently that's the lens through which we should be looking.
All right, as a film person myself,
It's interesting.
I think people forget this a lot, but cinematography is not only just like camera framing and positioning and whatnot. Cinematography is also coloring as well. So when you see best cinematography and you're just like, oh, the camera movements and the framing and things aren't that great, it's not just like camera movements and stuff. It's also like color and color correction and whatnot.
Because it was able to really put together a lot of different departments into a very consistent direction that also uses a lot of very different and sometimes very old techniques that usually you don't see much in anime these days. For example, I am quite reminded of all the interesting moments when you can see very strong proper design drawings. For example, all the different part of the Dynazenon, as they were just cell drawings, but with a very
Sorry,
very
my
strong
dog was in my room
compositing
and stuff,
and
so I just
coloring
took 'em
over
out.
them, which is something that usually you would like to do either with background art or with CGI. And also, it was really really able to me to get across its ideas thanks to the compositing, which is something that a lot of shows try to do, and I would say kinda achieve in minimalistic ways when it comes to very small ideas. But when it comes to Dynazenon, it was able to really tell you a lot about how it was able to incorporate older ideas and newer ones with the personality, I would say, of the character cast.
I mean, that's really interesting because, when I think it could be easily misconstrued by a layman of like, oh, great cinematography probably also requires like good animation in order to bring that to life. Especially, if you're doing like fancy camera movements and you don't have a camera, you have to draw all that, the perspective and stuff. That sounds pretty hard. But it's interesting that the cinematography category is so different than what the results were for best animation.
I mean, I would say it's like it makes sense, but at the same time, a very strong staff of animators when it comes cannot necessarily do the same thing that great direction and compositing team can do. I would say they're both very important part that gets elevated thanks to a good animation producer or a good general director, but they go in very different and specific directions. So to me, it's very it's quite correct to put them into different categories.
Replay and Yoshi, what do you think?
Yeah, personally, a lot of the people in my animation circle, Mochikari, really like Heikei Monogatari. I guess it is a little bit hard to pick which one is the best at cinematography since it involves so many things. But personally, we really like the use of, like, for example, symbolism. Heikei is one of those like rare shows where it feels like they're not prioritizing on having wide appeal or making it the most accessible. But they're focusing purely on the artistic vision. So they put a lot of time and thought into crafting each shot. There's a lot of symbolism. And yeah, same with the comp as well, I guess. It looks very, how to say this, like they're going for the very Japanese traditional feel. I do think they do that pretty well.
McCady, could you talk at all about, specifically the top three on Jury, what elevated Dynazenon above Sunny Boy and that above Heike at all?
Yeah, sure. So I'm actually here because the vote for Dynazenon and Sunny Boy was so incredibly close that it came down to to one person's vote.
This jury
And,
really likes
that was me.
Dynazenon and Sunny Boy.
I ended up
like
picking
a lot.
Dynazenon over Sunny Boy. So it's been alluded to in chat a couple times now.
I mean,
just because
I guess
both
they're
were
big
incredibly strong and
Tokusatsu
consistent
fans,
across
though,
pretty much
so
everything we evaluated.
It is what it is.
But ultimately, it was the peaks of Dynazenon just being a little bit higher than the peaks of Sunny Boy. Specifically, episodes 9 and episode 10 pretty much just blew everything I saw this year out of the water visually. And so while Sunny Boy is very strong, that's what sort of was the difference maker for me. I still had them both 1-2. The strengths of Heike, you're probably better asking Aki for that. I know
It's the
he
retro
values
pandering.
things like use
Yeah.
of symbolism as far as quality
That makes sense.
cinematography. A little bit higher than I do. But yeah, so he's probably better to speak to the strengths of it.
Yeah, so you guys briefly mentioned like the visual language that Heike develops throughout its runtime, and that was a big part of it for me, particularly the use of flowers and how that was used to impart the kind of themes of impermanence that were at the heart of the series. I also kind of disagree with Addy pretty notably on like how I feel like Heike had some very effective framing basically throughout the entire run, particularly with how it places Biwa towards the edge of the frame that emphasizes her outsider role.
Even as a self-proclaimed retro
But
fan,
as far as
I found this too boring.
Sunny
That's
Boy and
funny.
Dynazenon, they were like 1A, 1B for me. I ultimately did place Sunny Boy above Dynazenon, but they were both very, very strong.
Awesome. I guess I'll just really quick. No one's talked about 86,
Definitely
so I'll
some
just quickly talk about
strategic,
86 because I'm sure we have to move on. There's really no category for it
That's
to best
funny.
go in, but I thought the sequencing in 86 was really clever. Specifically how, you know, you're always on one side.
These are
of
like
the
one of my
parade
favorite memes, the
conversation,
stop posting
and there's
memes.
very little like jumping between, specifically for season 2. There's very little jumping between the safe zone and the battle zone. I was really impressed with 86's direction and its cinematography. Less so in the battles and more so in the quiet moments of like just talking. I was really impressed by how 86 made a parade conversation where neither of the characters are in the same room
so
visually
dumb.
engaging.
What do you think about that, Eki and McCaddy?
Yeah, that was definitely.
Was that something that was brought up?
Oh, absolutely. That was at the heart of
Yep,
like all of
100% brought up.
stuff. That was definitely, you know, as far as like the public picks, that was, in my opinion, easily the strongest. And the public picks were not bad this year. But the fact that they like navigated that kind of directorial kind of core conceit about separating the two and showing the same event from different perspectives was definitely a big part of what sold me on the show.
All right. Well, thanks for your insight, and we really loved having you here, and that was a really spirited conversation. So,
Yeah, thanks for having us again.
Yeah, this was fun.
all right. Bye. I'm Aki Pender, and bye, Mecca Lions. Okay. We're gonna move on to. Oh wait, the next category is best OP. Why are we doing it now? Shouldn't it have been at the start? Wait, that's not how that works. Wait, stop this insane bit, Wilson. What? Here are your nominees for best OP.
All right, best OP. I like these.
The nominees for
Best opening.
Aino Supreme.
Finally. Oh wait, well that was on Crunchyrolls, but this is such a good opening.
Annoying San San Week.
I've never heard this opening actually. It's kind of catchy, honestly. I kind of like it.
Cinderella.
This opening is good. I like this opening a lot actually.
Hikaru Toki.
Where is this one from? Oh, Heike Monogatari. I feel like this is kind of strange for this show. I don't know though.
Kokotsu Labyrinth.
What is this from? Oh, Sakugan.
Odd Taxi.
Odd Taxi's opening is such a vibe.
Shake and Shake.
This is such a good opening. I swear. I was so angry that Crunchyroll Animation didn't, the Anime Awards didn't pick this one. That opening
Sing
is
My
so good.
Pleasure.
This is a good opening too, and they didn't put this one. Like how? This one gets me a little riled. I'm sorry.
Taiga Yotomo ni Naite Kure.
What is this? Oh, it's the Zombieland Saga one. Zombieland Saga always has really good openings. The first opening was good too.
Vivid Vice.
Why this one? The first one is better, I think. Oh, because it came out this year. I forgot. All right. Public JJK. The staff vote? I don't know. Heiki, maybe? I don't know.
Yoshi.
And the winner for Best OP is Cinderella by Sadaga for Komi-san, and the public chose Odd Taxi by Skirt and DJ Pumpy.
Okay, not
Pumpy,
horrible.
What do you guys think of these rankings? There were so many good OPs this year, weren't there?
They should have another category: worst Netflix live action adaptation.
Since probably
honestly.
doing the OPs is one of the easy parts. Every year you get a lot of different stuff to choose. But I'm very surprised that Odd Taxi was able to win the public.
Wow,
because,
really?
like,
Maid and
yeah,
Odd
because,
Taxi
it's a
are fifth
taxi,
and sixth
like,
in the
it's
jury.
not-
What is this?
Well, honestly,
And
I
Shake,
think
Shake,
the thing is the
Shake. Oh,
public
Shake and Shake?
probably
Oh
values
my
song like
gosh.
a lot, and like you can't tell me that when you're sitting there and you hear that like little like the guitar come in
Yeah.
and then
But I would say that in general it's very hard to not value the song. To me, the song is at least 50% of the whole thing. Maybe sometimes we go too much on the visuals of the openings.
Okay,
but
yeah,
in the end,
they rank it on
an
visuals and
incredibly
song.
well done and well put together.
Some people
opening
rank
can
it
be
on
just a
song.
good song with a very fitting
Visuals, though,
group of still
are
images.
very important too, though.
what I really value is when like OPs. I feel like sometimes they're almost like experimental in a way. You know, like they're able to get across the feel of a show without actually like being the show. Like I feel like there's a number of different ways to do OPs where I remember Konosuba's second OP is basically just like an episode of the show put into a minute and 30 seconds, and then you have these kind of like more out there OPs like I guess you might call Komi-san.
Yeah, I think Komi-san was able to achieve something very similar and in a
Skate
very
OP is a
interesting way to
banger.
me. We're talking about an OP that uses an aesthetic that's very different compared to the show, but at the same time, it fits the show very well when it comes to the general feelings that the show would like to portray, and the sort of you can understand what sort of romance the show will be by just watching the OP, and the OP does a very, very good job to also shift the aesthetic in a direction that's maybe more interesting if you are also watching the show in order to have more room to elaborate on the characters than just what happens in the episode. And to me, it does that in an incredible way. I wouldn't say that's probably the only one that really is able to go in that direction this year, but it's definitely one of the more iconic, I would say.
Well, it sounds like you are pretty vibing with the jury results. How about Replay and Yoshi?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Rika.
Yoshi, please. I insist.
Come on, Yoshi.
Yeah, personally, Cinderella was in my top 2 picks. In terms, I do agree the song is always a big factor. But personally, as someone who works on the animation side myself, I think the amount of the work that's put in the Komi OP is really impressive. Not only does it go for like a unique aesthetic, but there are a lot of moving camera shots where the background is not 3D, it is hand-drawn 2D, so that just adds so much work to it all. And overall, there's just so much motion. There's so much nice 2D effects, and the whole thing just feels so fantastical. I think overall, the production value and effort put in is really ambitious.
I
and they
like the
executed
Komi
very well.
opening a lot. I think that was a great
Yeah,
choice.
I think I don't think there were, as long as Shake and Shake didn't win, I would have felt pretty good about any of these picking up the victory. Well, I'll briefly speak to what I thought was, which I would never have watched if it hadn't been nominated. The Kokotsu Labyrinth Sakugan OP was just like the most energetic and exciting like opening to a show.
Everyone's
I think
just
I've seen
like,
this
what the
season,
heck?
or
Shake
this
and
year,
Shake was
excuse me.
great.
The way that it handles depth was super awesome, and the song's a banger. I was really thankful that I got to watch it before going live. I was just really impressed with it. Of course, it didn't do particularly well in the public category because no one watched it, but that is just as to be expected. I was also pretty bummed that my prediction of Vivid Vice that I predicted back in August of winning the public OP didn't come true, but I'll take second place.
Chris, how did it go with this?
I want to play
was
the
OP a fun
Shake and
time?
Shake opening, but I'm thinking of copyright.
We had
I want to show it though.
really good OPs this year, so it was really hard narrowing it down to the selection we have here. There was several other openings like the Ida 10 opening or
Ida 10, there it is.
Ansatsu Kisaku opening. They were both really good as well, but didn't quite make the cut.
When you're like, I want everyone to notice just how much work goes into the awards. The OP and ED categories, they literally just sit there and they like watch every single OP that has come out throughout the year. Is that correct? Well, wait, never mind. That's way. Am I thinking of that wrong? That's way too many OPs, right?
We actually sit down and watch every single opening that comes out every single year. We do this, and then we choose every single OP that stands out in some manner. We compile a
the
list of
openings
all
are like
of
a
them, and
minute
then we just
30,
keep
so that's not bad.
rewatching those and narrowing the
Watching
list more
every
and more.
anime though.
That's
Chris,
crazy.
what was the why do you think the jury has Annoying Sansan Week so much higher than the public? What was it that spoke to you
I know,
guys
yeah, what the heck?
on the jury about that OP?
I think one of the reasons why there's a difference between the public and the jury for Annoying Sansan Week is that the opening is a little bit weaker in the musical department, where it relies on the horns to carry through the energy of the song. But aside from the horns, it's not really that different from any other voice-acted opening song. But on the other hand, it has really good transitions, moving the camera from below upwards to create a new shot, or having this Santa sequence where they jump forward. They also implemented really well into the universe of the show by making it like a meta implementation, where the characters themselves are creating a PV, which is the entire story of the opening. And also has really good lyrical composition that matches with Futaba's dances.
That's right. We look at lyrical composition. Rose Bridges would be proud.
Crazy.
Thank you so much, Chris, for coming over. I don't know if y'all noticed, Chris is the co-founder of the awards. So he's the reason why we're all here doing this in the first place. So I'm going to give a little credit towards that as well. All right, but we're moving on from Chris. And we're off to what's the next category? Oh, it's Best ED. Wait, shouldn't Best... Okay, I already did that one. Here are your nominees for Best ED.
All right, Best ED, here we go.
The nominees for Best Ending.
Oh, Best Ending.
Believe in You.
Close my eyes.
Give It Back.
What is this? Oh, JJK? This is okay.
Kaze to Ikumichi.
This is a final ending. It's not like me popping off or anything, but...
Lapis.
What is this? Oh, the Madoka Magica show.
Made with Dragons.
I don't like this one as much as the second or the first ending. The first ending is a way better, I think.
Milk Tea.
Jury vote, Sunny Boy. Oh, I like that ending a lot, actually.
Mirai wa Kaze no Yoni.
Okay, this is just unfair. It's a idol show. Like, come on, it's gonna have some good songs. This is such a good ending. I actually really like this one a lot too. This isn't an award show, it's an endurance test. Honestly, it really is. This one's good.
Yasashi Suisei.
Oh, this one's good. This is the Beastars ending. were some other endings? I can't remember.
And your jury winner for Best ED is Yasashi Susue by Yasobi for Beastars Season 2. And the public chose Give It Back by Kosho Niai.
Do you guys watch EDs?
Yeah, of course.
Do you guys watch
I don't know.
EDs?
Like some people skip.
Savage.
I feel like it's
Oh,
you're more
I
likely
thought he
to
was
skip an
just
ED
saying.
than an OP
I was like, what
for
the
whatever
heck?
reason.
Yeah, but we're special people because we care about the people who are put in the credit.
What purpose does an ED really serve?
Oh, to me, it really depends of to me, it can be a very important moment to relax and try to get back at what happened. But at the same time, it can also be, and a lot of time it is actually, a moment where it can be used as a surprise box.
They didn't
for
put this? That is
for the
outrageous.
viewer to
This
see
ending is
stuff that
so
usually they won't necessarily see. And
That's
to me,
outrageous.
both of the winners actually do that in a more than respectable way. Even if I am very biased toward Yasushi Suise, because it's very it really is able to go in a direction that mainstream animation is not able to when it comes to specific ways to paint each frame, a specific way to think about
I don't like the
the
choices
general
here. I'm not
palette
gonna lie.
of the overall sequence. And to me, it really was able to capture a
Oh, Milk Tea
feeling
wasn't
that's
Sunny
very
Boy?
mature,
I thought it
but at the
was.
same time very tender and complicated. That maybe it was probably the best part of Beastars to me. I really felt like I was able to have a deeper look in the psyche of adults, of people that have a complicated life, I would say. And that's something that not every ID is able to, even if it's something that a lot try and tend to think as one of the possible achievements.
I also thought the Beastars ED was the best, in my opinion. The color palette was amazing, the song was great. It takes you out of the episode in a pretty natural way, which is something that I look for in EDs. Like, if things end on a down note, I kind of want to be brought up a bit. If it ended super hypey, I kind of want to be brought back down to reality a little bit. So I thought the Beastars OP was the Beastars ED well deserving, beautiful shot composition throughout there. I want to just shout out really quickly the Lupin, the third ED, as one of those perfect minimalistic. We're only gonna have a few animated elements, and the song is gonna do a lot of the carrying. Milk Tea, highly recommend for those of you guys who haven't checked it out yet.
Would you say that if you just swapped in OP and ED, how would that go? How would that affect the experience of the show? Because in ED serves a very specific purpose, right? So if that were to happen,
I'd love to know what Yoshi thinks about this. But on my end, I don't think you can swap OPs and EDs. OPs tend to need to introduce you to characters, circumstance, hype you up for the show. EDs kind of need to do the opposite. They need to be a nice capstone to bring you back out of the world of the show. That's kind of my vibe. Would love to know what Yoshi thinks.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I personally like Mushoku, the first ending. It starts off giving you a sense of wonder as Rudy is looking out the window, and music starts off pretty soft with a pulsating guitar. It works great as an outro to kind of make you reflect on what happened in the episode, and it's a very seamless transition from the episode itself. But if it just started out like that as the opening, it would definitely be a little bit unexciting, I guess you could say.
The juror for the category.
All right, guys, I've had enough. This is way too long, and I'm not sitting here and watching the rest. So I'm gonna look at Anime of the Year, and then maybe I'll post it on Twitter, see what it was. But anyway, thanks for staying with me and things. It's just it's rough. I feel like they could have gone way faster with this and stuff, but they didn't. So it is what it is. Anyway, thanks all for watching, and I'll see you on the 25th actually, because on the 25th we're going to be watching an interview with the animation director for Production IG and the president of Wit Studio. So they're going to be answering some questions, so that'll be kind of fun. And I'll see you guys then.